All right, dudes, welcome to Chapter 5. Today, we're going to focus on the skill view for customizing your bedtime story. But before we get into that, let's recap what we've done so far. In Chapter 1, we nailed the dashboard. That was just a card, header image, some buttons. Clicking some buttons does some redirects. Guess what? Our tests today start with more redirects. We're going to make the right story button redirect it to the right skill view. Right as in WRIT. Then we worked on feedback, which displayed in a dialogue. It displayed modally. And then we created an event that we emitted when you submitted the form, and then rendered an alert if that failed, and then hid the dialogue when the feedback was submitted. And then in that listener, we emitted a send message event. We had to deal with some permission things there because we were sending a message to a phone number. And by default, a person can't do that, but a skill can. So we managed that little bit of complexity. We got into managing your family and the family values. So your name and values, same thing. A card, a form, submitting an event. We define the event, the listener. And then the big one, Chapter 4. We got into managing your family members. We had a list. We swapped out for an active record card. It was a lot of fun. And we handled essentially full CRUD, create, read, update, delete on family members. And then today it begins the skill view to customize your bedtime story. Now, as we can see here, there's actually a few cards going on. So it looks like we called this one out. Instead of write dot skill view, we called it generate. Maybe we call it generate. We can decide what we want to call it. And as you have been through with me already, we can rename something. So this stuff is bound to change. But it looks like we have one skill view here that has got 4 cards on it. And it's got a card that shows the story elements with some toggles. It's got a card that shows family members, which then makes me think we're probably going to want to decide what to do if someone hasn't configured or added any family members yet. Then it's got a current challenge. This just looks like a card with a text area on it. And then it looks like a separate card with just buttons. And so this is kind of a common approach when we have a view that is multi-form to not render the submit controls on any of the cards, but putting the submit button in its own card. And then submitting that would go through all the other cards and pull the values together, combine them, and emit an event. And we're going to do that. And then we're going to actually, as you can see here, we're going to handle a long-running event. So we have been, up to this point, emitting an event, waiting for a response. And in most cases, that response is the created or updated record because we're doing CRUD operations. This isn't exactly a CRUD operation. This is us effectively taking the parameters of our story and sending it to ChatGPT or any large language model for that matter. But in this case, we're going to go through ChatGPT to because it's easy, and the fundamentals of how we integrate a third-party API are going to be universal because we're actually in our tests not going to want to call their API. And what do you want to bet? They don't have test doubles or good typing or anything that's going to be helpful for us here. So we're going to get practice on wrapping third-party libraries in our own test doubles, and it should work just fine. And the approach will work for all third-party libraries. Again, very seldom do other people give us test doubles that are easy to work with in the Node ecosystem. Probably in Java or other more formal languages, people are shipping their tools with test doubles. Not happening in Node. Let's just be real. Then after we do that, we're going to emit the event. We are not going to wait for the response because the generating story could take more than 30 seconds, and Mercury's got a 30-second limit on waiting for event responses. So we're going to emit the response, and we're going to wait for an event on the other side of it, of the other side of the story generation, something called did generate stories. So in the generate skill view or the story skill view, the right skill view, we are going to on load create a listener for the did generate story. And when that hits, then we're going to redirect. We also probably should have a did fail to generate to render an alert. So we should get both these things handled. And it'll be fun because this will be the first events that we've defined that do not have a response. So they're not fire and forget. That's not the right way to say it. A better way to think of it is an immediate consistency or eventual consistency. The immediate or instant consistency are the ones that are performing the operation and responding when they're done. The eventual consistency are the ones that fire something off and move on and wait for an event to be emitted on the other side. And we're going to, for this, stub out the story generating API, the code that's going to actually send the data to ChatGPT. We're just going to stub it out. We're going to create the API. We're not going to implement it. That is the next chapter. Okay. With that being said, let's start with our first test, which I believe will be clicking write story redirects to the right skill view or generate skill view. We got some tough choices to make on naming. Let's decide when we get there. All right, here we go. Let's make write story redirect somewhere. I'm thinking let's stick with the way we've got it in the documentation where we call it out as like the generate skill view and the read skill view. And if we end up not liking that, we'll change it later. But I don't want to spend too much time naming things. Naming things is hard. I have my two daughters, and if it were up to me, they'd be daughter 1 and daughter 2. Be easy to remember, at least. So point is, don't rely on me to name things. So I'm going to go with the version of me that wrote this past me and just roll with it. Okay, so write story doesn't do anything. Let's start with our first test in root skillview.test, which is what? Test, protected, static, async. Clicking write story redirects to generate skill view. And look at how nice we have. Look at these nice like assertions that we've already extracted out. I love this. Like once you get this, as you're getting these tests more and more built out, the code that you need to write your next test is like what, 2 lines? Because everything's already extracted out in nice ways. And so let's do await this dot load. And let's do await this dot assert clicking redirects, and the button is right, I believe, and it's 8-bit stories, not dot family dot generate, which is obviously mad because that skill view. Well, there's not an on click, but it's the types are mad because we haven't created the skill view yet, so the types have not been generated. So let's go. What's first? Let's pass the test always. Clicking failed because the button right does not have an on click. So let's go to root.svc. And let's go right feedback. Let's go on click. This dot handle click right dot bind. Let's implement it here. Private async handle click right. And now I'm just looking to pass this test, not to get out to the next part of the assertion. I expected to be redirected, was not. Await this dot router redirect 8-bit stories generate. Oh wait. Let's redirect to the wrong place. Obviously, you could just bang this part out. I'm being arguably a little bit pedantic here, but but that's the nature of documentation, maybe, I think. I don't know. 2x this thing if... Oh, yeah, look at that. I expected to be redirected to family, but was redirected to generate. Oh, I updated the wrong one. How funny is that? Okay. This has got to say family, and this has got to go handle click right. Generate. Now we're getting the error that I expect. Couldn't find view controller called 8-bit stories.generate. Try one of the following or run spruce.create view, and then here are some of the following. All right, control space again, so we're not watching anymore. Create.view. We're creating a skill view controller. We're going to call it generate. Pascal names generate. That's pretty straightforward. Bam. There it is. There it is. And we're all passing. Let's hit control. I said that too soon. Control space, watch.views. I mean, I expected it to pass, but I've expected it to pass before and not had a pass, so it's still good to kind of watch it through. So now that it's watching, we should be able to refresh and hit write story. Couldn't find what you were looking for. Refresh. There it is. It should be empty. Okay. Now, let's look at our wireframes. Looks like we have 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a story elements card, a current challenge card, a family members card, and a controls card. So let's write the assertions for those cards first and put headers on them. Well, at least these 3. And then that one won't have a header because it's just buttons. But you know, the way to do this is to jump into create.test and let's test this thing directly. But before that, let's go to our test directory and let's see if we have like a behavior that represents what we're doing here. We don't. Let's create a new folder, call it story or stories. Let's call it stories plural. Family is singular here, but members is plural. Gotta kind of land on a convention here, dudes. But I say that the best time to design a system is after you built it. So let's just keep pushing through and then we can refactor at the end. So what are we testing? We're testing the generate skill view. Okay, cool, great, nice. We're gonna put it in the stories folder in the behavioral directory, and then we're gonna extend abstract 8-bit test. Fantastical, elastical. Nice. So let's jump in. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's assert that the generate skill view renders the cards we expect. This dot views, getting off the views fixture, dot controller, 8 gen. No options, nothing passed through. And we'll go VC assert renders cards. Assert skill view renders cards plural. VC, and let's do this. I already forgot. Let's call it story elements, current challenge, family members, controls. So story elements, current challenge, family members, controls. Doesn't matter the order. We're actually gonna play with some different layouts on this too. So let's save that. There it is. I cannot find a card. The idea of story elements. So let's start creating these things one at a time. I'm gonna go to generate.svc. Okay. This dot story elements card VC equals this controller card. Let's give an ID of story elements. And let's just put in the headers we've been doing, just enough to get it to display. Let's get a card controller. And then in here, let's render it. This dot story elements to VC dot render. Alex looks like he's gonna jump in on that. And then look, okay, I added that. Now it's saying current challenge. So it's gonna make us do these one at a time. Let's do it. Current challenge card VC was this dot controller card V challenge. Command period. Let's declare that private. Let's drop it in here. This dot current challenge dot render. Then let's do this next one. This dot, what is it? It's going to tell us family members. This dot family members card VC equals this dot D. Family members. Nice. Let's declare that. So click on it, command period, declare property. This, that. And now controls. Let's just define, let's just declare it down here. This dot controls VC equals this dot controller card ID controls header. Let's just drop something in now. Controls go here. Let's click on it, declare it. Private. And then let's go this dot controls VC dot render. All right, dudes, are we still watching? We're not. Control period watch dot views. Let's watch. Let's just make sure. I mean, there's no way any of these things could have failed. Let's give it a little test run, a little bit more room here. Okay. Showing we have a problem. Command KP and assert is unused. That's fine. We'll just clear it for now. Okay. Let's refresh. There it is. Story elements, current challenge, family members, controls. So let's get the controls in so we can get a back button and a right button in, and then let's play with different layouts so we can do more than just have these stack vertically. So let's do this. Test, protected static async, control, card, renders, expected buttons. And we need the view controller again, but rather than constructing it again, static async before each will wait. Super dot for each. Okay. And then this changes to this .vc. All right, so now we got the generate skill view controller tracked on our test class. Now let's say controls card renders expected buttons. So let's go button assert dot card renders buttons plural. Let's go this .vc dot get controls card vc, and the buttons are cancel and right. Make that up because we don't have to put the buttons in yet. We got to go create it, right? We don't want to. We want a test double. So let's use another spy class. Spy generate skill view. Extends generate skill view controller. It has a public. Actually, before constructing it there, let's drop it in. This dot views dot set controller generate, and let's change the type, and let's typecast this. Now if we have over this, it should say spy generate. Now I can click on this and hit command period, declare method, and it maybe saved me some typing. It's kind of debatable, you know, because there's a lot of stuff I had to delete there. This dot controls card vc. I'm going to command click on that because it should be mad that it's saying it doesn't exist. Did you mean, all right, what did I do? Oh, I already named it controls VC. Let's change it to controls card VC so we know these are card view controllers. For most times, you know, I don't like putting the type of tool it is in the name of the variable. but when it's absolutely necessary, because there is no equivalent, like a view controller. A data store where we're getting, creating, finding, there are times where we will abstract one level above the data store and swap in something else, and having store in the name doesn't make sense because that is and can be interchangeable. Whereas like a view controller or a card view controller are very specific and won't change, and we won't create abstractions that sit above them. We might change their types, but we're not going to really change these away from a view controller. And so in these cases, I do like to put the name in. Okay. Look at your card is missing buttons with the following IDs: cancel and write. So let's do it. Let's go controls card. And let's go. So we can put them in the footer. We can put it in the body. Let's do it in the body because we've been putting all these buttons in the footer already. So let's go body, sections, buttons, plural. And now it's an array. So we have ID, cancel, label, cancel. And then we have ID, write, label, write, right? Or do we call it generate? Let's see what we did in the write story. And we called this back. Do you see that? We called this back and write story. I'm just going to stick with the wireframes. And then let's do this is, or type, primary. Should we do back as destructive? No, it's not really a destructive operation. All right, let's take a look. Go here, refresh. Bam. Okay, last thing. Let's remove the header on the controls. Let's make the back button redirect. And then let's play with layouts. So let's do this. To generate skill view, and we'll say test, async, back button redirects to root. We'll go await, VC assert, action redirects, assert action redirects. The action is interactor.click button, and we're going to go this.vc, and in what card form or nav view controller, get control card VC, and the button is back. We're not there yet. We need a router. We get the router off the views fixture, get router. And then we need a destination, which is an object that has the skill views IDs and optionally any arguments that we're doing with it. So let's go 8-bit stories.root. Okay. There's a piece of this that we're going to hit as we've hit before. We're not going to be able to redirect without a router. We're not going to be able to get a router without calling the load lifecycle event where the router is passed. But let's at least just solve this next test. So let's do this. On click this dot handle, click back, find this private async handle, click back. Cool. Now I'm expecting it to say something like expected to be redirected. Oh, cannot find a button with the ID of back. Oh, we call it cancel. Let's be consistent here. Cancel or back. Let's call it back. And that means this other test is going to fail. Let's call it back there. Yeah. And so that's an example, maybe saying like we fixed the test, but like it's a double entry system. The disciplines say to start with the test because it's the only way to ensure that the test is real. But when we're refactoring, the idea is any change you make in the production code should also have to be made in the test. And so the point is that not to always start all your refactors from the test. It is to ensure that there is 2 spots where you have to update, and it works just like in principle, double entry bookkeeping. It is ensuring that the change you're making is intentional. So don't autopilot fix tests, quote unquote. Make sure you're paying attention because you can still mess this up, obviously, but you have to mess it up twice now, which is twice as hard as messing it up once. probably even more than that. It's like having one kid is 1x difficulty. Having two kids is like 3.5x difficulty. It's like that. Having to update it in one place is 1x margin of error. Having to update it in two places is like 0.25 margin of error. So it's like cuts down on it mitigates a lot of risk. Okay, expected to redirect, but was not. Well, let's write this as if it worked the way we wished it worked. Generate.svc. And let's go await this dot router, which we do not have, dot redirect 8-bit stories det a. Now we need to do this. We need to call a lifecycle event. In this case, I'm going to start with the test. I'm going to go await this dot views dot load this dot vc. So again, load on the views fixture is going to construct the proper options to be sent to the skill view load options, because there's a lot of helpful things in there. So let's go public async load options skill view load options. Let's destructure the router. Let's set it to R as a local property. Let me go declare property router private. Let's make it optional, and let's just type it as a router from the Heartwood View Controllers library. Okay, I expect this to error for a different reason. I expect this to error because 8-bit, I was not redirected to 8-bit root. I was sent to 8-bit stores. Hey, that's for horses. Root, right? Let's make sure that passes. And again, we can wait for the rest of these tests to pass, but I don't know if it really makes sense. Oh, and let's get rid of the header. Let's get rid of the header. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. We did not do a test against that header, so it was good. There it is. Back. Right. Back. Let's refresh. Right. Back. Family values. Cancel. Family members. Done. Feedback. Close out. Right story. Back. We got all these loops closed. Okay. Now, let's spend some time playing with different layouts to get this to look something different than a vertical stack of cards. All right, dudes, let's talk layouts. So we might as well start with a way to see the layouts. And to do that, let's go developer, storybook. I guess it's worth calling out, if you are not using the development theater or in some other environment or anywhere else, you can go storybook.spruce.bot. And you can play around in here. But I've got the theater set up, so I'm going to do it all in here. The SpruceBot theater set up. All right, skill views. Let's close this. Now, how hard is it to hide this column? Yeah, cool. And I imagine this button brings it back. Sweet. Okay. Now, there are two eras of layouts. There's legacy layouts and then just the new layouts. So there's legacy layouts and layouts. And legacy layouts are pretty simple. You only have three options: 1 call, 2 call, 3 call, floor. Call. Okay, bad joke. 1 call, 2 call, 3 call. Now, as you notice, all these columns are the same width. So you don't have a ton of flexibility, and it'll try to center unless your view is not tall enough, and then it'll align top. And then again, we go back, close this out, it'll try to center. And then we have our new layouts, which we just call layouts. We have big left, and that looks kind of close to what we're doing here, right? Big left. We have big right. This is just the opposite of what we might want. We have big top left. As you can see, you've got the big left column, but then the top and bottom, the right column and the bottom row are all the same width. And I think if there's only 2 in the bottom, it will actually make those split the difference. So lots of dynamicism in the size there. And then we have a grid. And the grid will be 3 columns. They'll expand the width that they need to be 3. If we go down a little bit smaller, it'll be 2 columns, but look how much wider the cards are. And then we get a little bit further down and it is 1 column. And then a grid by default will center like this, or if it gets too short, you see how they push themselves to the top, or if there's enough space, they will center themselves. How nice of them. Okay, so let's play with all the columns, and let's start with 1 column. So I'm going to close this and slide over. So you see we have layouts, and then in here we have our first layout and all the cards. And the legacy way of doing this would have been to create more layouts and have, like, let's say 1 card in each layout. But we have some helpers for that. So watch this. Const skill view equals split cards into layouts. The first thing it wants is the card models. So let's cut this. And let's drop them in. And then let's start with 1 layout. And this is actually layouts. So split cards into layouts. So go here, paste. And this shouldn't actually change anything. This is just going to return all the cards in 1 layout, which is like the same view model we were doing it when we were doing it ourselves. Let's split it into 2 layouts. You can think in the legacy layouts layouts are synonymous with columns. Kind of the vision there was around us maybe changing that. Let's just finish. There we go. Refresh again. Yeah. Maybe we make this a little bit bigger. I'm gonna hold Option. See it wider. I mean, that's not bad, right? Let's go here. Write story. Not too bad. Let's do 3 columns, or in this case, 3 layouts. As you can see, I'm just going to run the tests again. None of the tests should break. But you can kind of see how, like, these layouts being synonymous with columns, and the vision wasn't that they were going to stay columns, that these 3 layouts might be maybe grids or something else. But the only thing that ever got implemented was them as columns. And how that might be a little bit confusing. And you see how we selected 3? So the way that this works is it tries to pack to the left the cards. And so that's why it's 2, 1, 1 versus like 2, 2. And there's no magic here around, let's say, oh, I detected that there are 2 cards in the first layout. Let me try to match that going forward. And actually, I know you said 3, but we're going to do 2 to give it a 2, 2. A 2, 2. But in this case, though, there's no magic happening. It's just trying to take the number of layouts you've asked for and distribute the cards evenly across them. And I think that you would agree, at least in the case of this generate skill view and the fact that we have 4 cards, it's actually nicer to have 2 layouts. But that's just one way of doing it. Let's create our new style layout. Now this is going to generate a skill view equals build layout, build skill view layout, and the layout. Look at this: big left, big right, big top left, or grid. So let's start and let's just go right down the list. Big left, and then look what we have here. We have left cards, right cards, top cards, bottom cards, and maybe I could improve the typing here because not all of these apply to all of them. So like for instance, in big left, the only ones that matter are left cards and right cards. You know what? Maybe I'll go and update the typing to not include the types that are not relevant. But for now, let's go left cards. And let's take probably, what are our left cards? Story elements and family members. So let's go story elements. And let's do right cards as current challenge and controls. Let's delete that. And this does return, let's hover over this, just make sure this returns a skill view. Build skill view layout. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just do this. Skill view. We'll know if it breaks the test, if we did it wrong. Oh, and split cards into layouts gone. Let me just delete that. We're not going to need that. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Let's go big right, and let's change this to right cards, and this to left cards, because that just, these, I could have probably just left them, I guess. Just makes sense to me that the cards with all the things in it would be the big ones, so let's go and refresh. Yeah, okay. What else do we have? Big top. Okay. We now are going to use this top cards. And we can put multiple cards in the top here. But let's do the... Yeah, let's do this. Let's actually do these as the top cards. And then this is right cards. And then let's do bottom cards. And let's do controls in the bottom. It's going to look ugly. I think it's going to look ugly. I think that's going to look ugly. Because I think what's going to happen is because there's only one bottom card, it's going to fill the bottom row. Let's see. Big top. Oh, yeah, big top. I think we want a big top left. Hold on. Yeah. Big top left is what I meant to do. And so this would be right cards. Yeah, big top's not actually been implemented. No one's needed it. But I bet we're going to need it soon to do some cool dashboards coming up in a project. All right, refresh. Yeah, I hate it. Big, oh, top. Left cards. Dang, not super intuitive. We're going to have to do some improvement of the typing here so it's not showing things that aren't relevant. So big top left does the left cards. Big top does the top cards. Yeah, do not love that. So the left cards become big, and then it opens up bottom cards for us. What if we moved controls? Let me see if I can make this look better. I just don't think so. It's just not a good... The cards that we have just don't make sense with the big top left. Let's make the story elements the only big top left. The only big left. Let's make the controls... Or should we make family member bottom? Let's just see how this looks. And then I'm going to go back to the big left. That's just going to be much better for what we're trying to accomplish. Refresh. Yeah. Meh. So here's what we're seeing. We're seeing the big top left. So the left card is big. The right is small. And then the bottom row, the cards are filling their available space. And maybe if I did controls in the right, let's try one more thing. So let's move controls to write cards. So now what I expect to have happen is the family member card is the only one in the bottom row, is going to fill the width. And this one might not look bad once it's actually populated. It's the fact that it's just not populated that makes it just not look great. So maybe if I remember, or you can on your own time, once we fill these with all of our controls, let's go play around with the layouts again. That would be fun. For now, though, let's just do big left. Let's put in our left cards will be these ones. Our right cards will be these ones. And let's go with that to start. And I have a takeaway to improve some of the typing here. The big piece to remember, the two big pieces are you can go to developer storybook or storybook.spruce.bot and play around down to components and skill views and layouts and build skill view or split cards into layouts are the two functions that are used. But this is in the documentation there. Okay, let's just go refresh this one more time. Perfect. Let's start on, oh, that's the wrong way. Hold on. We want controls at the bottom right. Okay, now let's start on story elements. Let's drop that in. All right, story element time. So what's a story element? It's a thing we kind of made up, like most of this, but the idea is like choosing like a theme or a component or part of the story. So like dinosaurs or coming of age or hero's journey or heroine's journey. It's just picking the parts of the story, parts that we want the story to incorporate. And we're actually going to send ChatGPT the story elements. We're going to say in the prompt something like, write a story that includes these elements. And then we'll pass the ones that have been selected into the prompt, generate the prompt that way. And so we get to make them up. But before we do that, we should make the test that fails, and that forces us to make some up. So we're going to go into the story elements card, and we're going to do an assertion here. So any type of input has to be put inside of a form. So you cannot render a checkbox or a text area outside of a form. Buttons you can just put anywhere. Obviously, that's what we've been doing. But so we need to assert that the story element card renders a form. So let's go to the generate skill view and let's go test. Whoops. And we're going to go story elements card renders form. Story elements card renders form. And we'll go form assert card renders form this.bc.get controls card. And I think we're calling this like a lot, aren't we? At least 3 times we're calling this.vc.get controls card VC, which hits that heuristic, violates that heuristic of more dots means more pain during a refactor. Which is true, right? Because if we were to have to go change something in here the way we did this, we have to go update in 3 places, but the places that we might have to change are increased for every dot. Something exponential. I don't know. Somebody who's better at math and statistics probably could come up with something there. And let's call it controls card BC. Do not want it to be a method. I want it to be an overridden getter. And the fact that it's calling a method on a test double, that means nothing to me. It means nothing. And let's replace both those. Okay. Now we've refactored our test to keep anything that we're doing down to 1 dot and could not find form. Let's go write the form. So let's go generate SVC. Let's call it the where's controls current challenge story elements. Let's go with this dot story elements form VC equals this dot controller form. To get the nice typing, we're going to use the build form helper. ID. Oh, we don't need an ID. What do we need? Schema. Cool. Let's go build schema. Nice. Let's give that an ID. Schemas need an ID. Story elements form VC. Let's give it no fields, I guess. What else do we need in a form? It's mad at us. Sections is missing. So let's go sections. Is it still mad at us? Nope. Okay. Now we need to render this into the body of the story elements card. So let's go body into the first section. Sections. Form. Whoops. This dot paste dot render. Okay. So that should pass. But like, we got types failing. We've got a constructor that's 2 miles long. I mean, the constructor can't even fit in the view anymore. Now, granted, I'm doing this a little bit bigger font size. Okay, hold on a sec. Story elements. What did I do it? Controls VC? I bet you were watching that. Like, what is he doing? This.vc.get story elements card VC. That's gonna get mad at us, obviously. Declare method. Look. I do not want all that import. It's too much. Turn this dot story elements card VC. Might be time to start refactoring and shorten these. Okay, click. Make it protected. And I'm gonna kind of separate out our properties here just based off their accessibility. Protected, private, public. Maybe that's a good way to do it. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me. Do you just like scroll right past the properties anyway and go right to the methods? That's how I do it. That's how I do. All right, so let's do. Let's start some extraction. So I'm going to extract this schema to the files, to the scope of the file. Just get it out of here, and then declare some properties, change some typing, and then extract all of this construction happening into builder methods. Keep it nice, clean. So let's extract this to module scope. Extract constant module scope. Let's call it story elements form schema. I did not mean to put VC in that name. Story elements form. Put down at the bottom. Let's click here, command period. Whoops, period. Come on, command period. Declare property. Let's go private. Its type is a form view controller. It has a story elements form schema. That doesn't exist because I'm going to hit command down arrow and go type story elements form schema equals type of story elements form schema. And do we even need story in that? Well, let's just do some extracting and then let's come back. Extract to method story elements form VC. Let's extract this one to method story elements card VC. Let's extract this one. Method current challenge card VC. As you can imagine, we're going to have a lot of forms and a lot of cards in this one. Method family members card VC, which makes me think maybe we start using a view controller that is exported by the forms skill called form card that combines a form and a card into one wrapped controller. Yeah, let's think about that because that could save us some time. Controls card VC. Okay, now this constructor is manageable. Lots of construction happening in the constructor, but at least it's somewhat manageable now. Let's just go back over here. Let's refresh. Yeah, okay. By default, a form will output its submit controls. we want to change that. We do not want that to happen. So I'm going to go to generate skill view and go test protected static async. We actually don't need async in these, right? Because we're just doing assertions on how things are constructed. And let's say story elements form does not render submit controls. And we'll go form assert form. Oh, I don't think there's an actual, there's busy, not busy, enabled, disable. I don't think there's an actual check for render these controls. I think we just use the normal assertion libraries. Let's go assert. Remember to import it from test utils. Is false. This.vc.get story elements form vc get should render submit controls. Actually, I'm not sure if that's it, but we're about to go implement some stuff and we'll find out. And now I'm thinking, let's shorten some of these names, I think, because this is a lot to type. So declare method public. We'll return this dot story elements form vc. I expect that to get mad because it is private. Let's make it protected. Let me move it up here with my other protected ones. So I can easily see what I've done and what I've not done, and maybe I'll rearrange those later. And that was right. Get should render submit controls. And let's say this. You are still rendering the submit controls. And then let's do this. You are still rendering submit controls. All right. Let's go to generate.svc. Let's go story elements form. And here's our build form. Let's go should show cancel button. Yes. Okay. That should hide that button. Or let me say that more confidently. That will hide that button. So I'll refresh those buttons. And let's talk about the story elements input. So we're actually not going to create an input for each of these. We're going to create one input called story elements. We're going to make it a select. And we're going to say is array true. It's going to create a drop down. And then we're going to tell it to render as tags, I think, or checkboxes, but I think tags. So it's going to be one field called story elements. So we're not going to have a bunch of properties. We're just going to have one field called story elements on the form. That is going to be an array that will equal whatever's checked. So let's do, but before we do that, let's do this. Let's make sure. Let's scroll down. Here. Story elements form does not render submit control. Oh yeah, let's refactor this. Let's call this let's say get elements form VC. Oh, I did not mean to do that capitalization. Let's shorten this. Elements form VC. Story elements card VC. Let's refactor that to elements card VC. Let's refactor our builders to elements here and our this builder here. Save that. I'm not expecting anything to fail. Here's get story elements. So let's just do changes to get. So having these layers of abstraction and guarding, in this case, because we want the rename to go through the whole stack, is a little more tedious. But what we could have done is only renamed it for our tests to make it simpler. Maybe that's the answer, and kept it the long, full, verbose name in the production code. But you have that flexibility, and by having the naming, you essentially have decoupled the way you name things in production code versus the way you name them in the test code, and that is a good thing when it comes time to refactor or rename. In this case, I just wanted the name bubbled up through all the code, production test code, but you don't have to do that. You can rename one and not the other. So protected static, elements form renders elements select, something like that. Let's go form assert renders input. No, renders field. Form renders field. this.vc.get elements form VC, and the field is story elements. And as you can see, I've now done this twice. So let's extract it. Let's go here. Test pass first. Test pass first. So elements form VC. Let's story elements. Let's rename this. Let's shorten this too. Let's call it elements form schema. It's got one field. We're gonna call it elements. We're gonna make its type a select. We're gonna make it is array true. So we're not gonna actually, we generally don't do tests on the types of fields. It's not really super valuable in most cases, whether something's a number or a string. Just it will be coerced into whatever you've set it in your schema. But again, we're usually just not actually testing is a number, is a string. And there might be cases where you want to do that. We will be asserting that the elements does have the options we want, I think. But even then, maybe not. Because it's like changing how this field renders and things is debatably just presentation. And I've just found when you start making assertions against presentation, be ready for many changes as the opinions of the business or your client or even yourself in a month change. And it's just when opinions like that change, it's annoying to have to go update your tests. But for now, let's just call them elements. Let's call it is array true, is required true, options, choices, and let's make an empty array. Then let's go up to our form VC here. So we can click on elements form VC. And let's go first section and say fields. And let's go elements. And I called it story elements in the test. Let's just call it elements. Okay. So here's a question. Wait, could not render field elements. Make sure it's in your form section fields. Did I not save? I did not save. Okay. So this is going to render just essentially, I think, an empty dropdown. Yeah, doesn't look great. And because it's an array, we can manage and select multiple ones. But there's a little, that stuff's not fully built out yet. But I don't want to do that. Let's render as tags. Okay, before we do that, we've got this get elements card VC. And we've got get elements form. Let's go extract method elements form VC. Let's make it not a function. Let's make it overridden getter. Why is this mad? Oh, see this how it tried to type this and then it pretty much like expanded the type to its type literal. Like, just get rid of this return value. I mean, what we're returning there doesn't match anymore anyway. And let the type be inferred, because the only time we care about the typing is in the property, so we can go this dot get value and actually get back the real values. Okay, so now we've got a select called elements. Let's assert that it's rendered as, you don't have to, it's up to you, but I think the fact that these are tags is pretty core to this product. And so I'm going to do the assertion. You don't have to. It's up to you, but I'm going to just go above and beyond for these things just to demonstrate how you use them, and you make the call, your judgment. Are you going to test that it renders as tags versus a dropdown? Okay, elements render as tags. Form assert renders as, field renders as, so this dot elements form VC. The field name is elements, and it is expected to render as tags. Okay, whoops. I want to regenerate VC. That's going to get mad. Expected element to render the field named elements is rendering as its default type, but I expected it to render as tags. Try sending render as in the sections.fields.render as. So here's the fields. Let's turn this from a typed string literal to an object. And then remember, inside of here, we can override a lot of things related to presentation on the schema. So you're not having to set the label in your schema, make that label something that's just generally helpful, and then I can come in here and update the label to make it specifically helpful. That being said, let's do render as. Here's all the different inputs, and let's do it as tags. Okay, we're almost ready to test. I don't want to test yet. Don't want to test yet because let's get some values in it. So let's do an assertion for the elements that are going to be in it, and then let's add some things, and then we'll come back. So maybe in the future. So let me say this. I don't think it makes sense to assert that this dropdown has specific options in it right now, because we're just going to hard code them and they can be whatever we want. We're going to want to go change them. But if we ever made the options that someone could select the story elements dynamic pulled from a database, then we would definitely want to test that. And so maybe the way that to think about this is like the business rules are around choosing a story element and putting them into the story. But what those elements are like more creative choices. But if the business rules are the story elements should be driven from a data store, populated from a data store, then like we should test that. So it's like test business rules, not creative decisions, maybe is a way to say this. Obviously, still figuring out how and what to test and learning as we go here. All right, protected static renders expected story element choices. So let's go select assert, I think it's called, dot assert select choices match. And we're going to go, what are the choices? So we're going to have to get the choices off of that form element. So this will be kind of cool. We'll go const elements VC equals this dot elements form VC, elements form VC dot get field VC. Maybe we just do get field, because if we hit dot, look, is array, is required, options, render options type. So these will just match what's in our schema down here. So we had type, is array, is required, option. So if we go type, is array, it's like, it's the actual schema. We want the options out of it. So I'm going to destructure options. And then in options, we want choices, options.choices. And now it's asking us, what do we want in here? So it's typed as never because we actually don't have any. Oh, and get field needs the name of the field elements. So let's say wizards. Witches. Is that how you spell witch? I spell witches. Oh, geez. Wizards and witches. Golly, I'm bad at spelling. Witches. Okay, let's keep going. Let's do what else? I'm asking you like you could give me feedback right now. Dinosaurs. What else? Magic. Elves. Sports. I don't know. What are things kids like to write stories about? Hard lessons. I don't know. I'm trying here. Yeah, let's just start there. Okay. It'd be interesting. Where it'd be like witches and wizards and hard lessons. Maybe you want easy lessons. I don't know. But look, expected 7 choices, but found 0. So let's go to generate SVC and let's just start with wizards. Its value is wizards, and its label is wizards. Okay. expected 7 choices, but found 1. Well, let's just go keep doing this value. It's going to check the length, isn't it, before it starts giving me the jizz. Okay, let's just keep going. Dino, DNA. Did I spell dinosaurs right? I bet you I didn't. I bet you it's different. Dino. So A-U-R. Oh, I did. I've got it. Surely I win something for that. Okay. As you're imagining, there's got to be a faster way to do this versus defining all of these. Like, there's just got to be a way to, like, do a loop and map. So, what I'm thinking is, see, look at this choices. What I'm thinking is, let's do that. Let's copy this array. Let's go, I don't want to do it all inline. I get too messy. Const story element choices as a select choice array equals new array. Paste that in, dot map. And this is the value. And it will return a value, which is V, and a label, which is V. Ah, crap. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna lie, because we want to separate out the labels, and now maybe we do a. Maybe we do. Wait, why is value incompatible? What do you mean? What's going on? Yeah, clearly I messed that up. String array is not. What did I mess up here? I mean, it's clearly mad. It thinks we only got one. Oh. No. It should be an array of choices. New array with all the things in it we want. So maybe if I pull this, destructure this, I can better understand what's options. You know what? I don't even know why I was constructing an array there. Let's see. Let's try that. And let's call these elements. Okay. That looks good. The label's going to suck, and this one's camel case. So I think we're going to have to change this to something, maybe something where the key is the value, the value is the label, and then map that. All right, well, let's at least look at this. Bam! Look at that. How cool is that? Right? How is easy? Oh, look. Elements must have at least one value. I found 0. Yeah. It's cool that it turns them all red, too. Maybe I could use a little bit better styling. Maybe. A little bit better theming. That stuff we'll take care of on the Spruce side of things. Our objective is just like everything beautiful. You should not have to worry about how that renders. We'll take care of it. Should we see how it resizes, though? Holding down Option. Yeah, cool. Okay, let's get it back how we had it. Okay, let's make these labels better. Oh, look at this too, dudes. I got family member and current challenge swapped. I think family members should go under this and be, right? That's how we have it at least, and I think that looks better. Yeah, same thing. Okay. Anyway, and we're gonna actually have to pull family members and populate this, so it's going to have to happen anyway. But what I'm thinking is, I really am not digging that this skill view is going to have like all these forms and everything in it, and so I'm thinking about extracting out the skill views here, or the card views, into something else. But for now, let's turn this into something like this. That. And then this is object.keys. And this is now the V, and then the label is elements V. What's that undefined? What's that mean? Hard lessons undefined. I have no idea how to read that. Okay, now What? Object.keys. Oh. 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 Let's make it one object. And there we go. That's why I didn't know how to read that. So there's a way to do this that doesn't cause this type issue. Is it like V as key of elements? As key of type of elements? Yeah, that worked. That's ugly. I don't know. Because I think the idea is that the keys might come back with keys that aren't here because objects are in the prototypical nature of JavaScript. It could mean that the elements object has keys that are not defined here. But like, I've never seen that happen. And if I go element dot here, these are the only keys it's letting me show. So it's like either when I hit dot, show me the keys that might be set that I didn't set, or just object.keys return the keys that it's supposed to. I don't know. I think they might have also addressed this in a newer version of TypeScript. Okay, let's just do this. Wizards, witches, dino. Can we do some emojis? I hit command control space on a Mac. Is there a wizard? Yeah, I can't really read these. They're too small for me. Witches. That's the same thing. Dino. I want that one. That didn't go. This one. Magic. Oh, definitely should add unicorns. The girls. Oh, look at it got into sports. Elves. Cool. Sports. Cystic basketball. Hard lessons. Let's do what? Grimace? Save. Okay. That's pretty cool. Yes? Oh, let's turn off this debugger. Yeah, I saw that debugger was going. It said like listening on it. Just the debugger having it on is just going to add more overhead. And I'm in this UTM virtual machine running a Mac inside of a Mac, and it's already, my machine is burning up right now, and I've got 64 gigs of RAM, and it's still not enough. Look at that. That's kind of cool. Is that not cool? I think that's cool. Elements must have at least one value. It's because I didn't give it a label. Oh, I like that though, yo. I think it's looking good. Okay. Let's rearrange family members or current challenge, and then let's extract the story elements card out of here. So we are not. So this controller's gonna get huge. It's gonna get so huge. All right, let's just rearrange this. Let's go into cards, left cards, right cards. So the left cards should be family members, and then this should be current challenges. There we go. I think that's going to look better. Sweet. Let's refresh. Yes. Now let's go family members. Maybe we put some subtitles in here too. Okay. No. Before we move on to family members, let's extract this out. So what I'm thinking is of just creating a new view controller called story elements, constructing the form in there. Let's do that. We haven't done that yet. Select twice, restart, create.view. Let's call it just a view controller, story, elements, card, BC. And it's going to do a card. I'm just going to do some copying and pasting to start. And then the goal here is really just like, don't break the test. We will, however, have to update our spy, our test double, because like this dot elements form VC is no longer going to be on the view controller, skill view controller. It's going to be on the card, the new view controller we just created. Okay, so let's jump into story element card. I put VC in the name. Amateur. Let's move that to trash and let's just try this again. Create.view. Just view story elements card. That's so silly of me. Okay. Sweet. So I'm going to actually control tilde to hide the tests because I'm going to need 2 views here to do this best. So let's go element card, story elements card VC. There we go. So we need these 2 things. And then we need elements form. Then we need elements card. And then we need these things. I'm not going to cut them out yet. Maybe I don't need that. I don't think we do. Declare all missing members. Protected. Then we do protected right out of the gate because like these are. Let's do add all missing members because we're gonna need to get these in the test double like first thing. So form card VC, form card view controller, form view controller. Jeepers. And I do not have GitHub Copilot enabled, so we type in this out. Good. And then we're gonna go. Let's rename this story elements card VC. Let's just rename these things card VC because we're in the story elements form VC card. I don't need story element on all this shit anymore. Make sure we bleep out that cuss word. Form VC card VC. All right. And this dot card VC dot render. Okay, because I want to do this in one go, let's talk a little bit about what this means. So first thing is get element form VC is now going to call this dot element card VC dot get form VC, right? Because now we got to go a layer deeper. So if we've done this right, which we have, is extracting this out and moving all the relevant pieces to there, we're only going to have to update our test double and then none of our tests will break. But that being said, we need to go class, spy, story, elements, card, extends, story, elements, card, VC. We need to go public get form VC, turn this dot form VC, and then we need public get card VC, turn this dot card VC. So do you see? This is now this. Watch. See this elements card VC is not this one. This is expecting it to be a card, I think, but the thing should be fine. So what I'm saying is now we're not directly rendering a card view controller. See how this is going to say card view controller? Now we're rendering a story elements card, which renders a card view controller, but I don't think that's going to cause us a problem. So let's do this now. Let's go. Let's set our controller. Let's override in the view factory the story elements card to that. And then let's do as spy story elements card, and then this is dot form VC elements form dot get form VC spy. Why is that not? I mean, and then get element card VC. Now that should be there. Cool. I'm not going to save yet. That's going to blow up. It's going to blow up because we haven't done this. We haven't gone to generate. And inside of elements card VC, we're going to change this to 8-bit stories dot story elements card. We're not going to pass it anything. Like there's nothing to pass. It's all self-contained now. Oh, why did I get mad? Save. This typing is changing. All right, that makes sense. Duplicate story elements. So let's delete that. Let's delete all this down here. Let's delete the elements form card, elements form VC. Let's set form VC as elements card story element story elements card view controller. And this goes away. These two, this goes away, and this goes away. Yeah, look at that, dude. It's passed. I just couldn't do it in like, oh wait, did this again. I just couldn't do it in one save because it was then constructing a schema by the same name in 2 places. So we passed. So we were able to extract out all the stuff we've done around the elements card. And then all we had to do really in our test was type this and change where the form VC came from. Because now the form is actually coming from internally here. And we didn't change a test. We didn't have to change a test. I guess you could say in the before each we had to override the controller, but okay, let's do patch story elements. Yes. Don't cut out me committing this. I should not have done that. Okay, so what's next? Next, I mean, if I refresh this, nothing has changed. Next is loading the family members. All right, let's rock some family members. Now, it might make sense that before we actually load the family members, we put some sort of alert or check in place that if someone tries to generate a story without having added any family members, maybe we start by rendering an alert and then kicking them over to the view to add family members. So if I were to go back and go family members, and then I were to remove mommy, remove daddy, remove brother, remove sister. Oh, you have not created any family members. Do that now. No. Done. Write story. Okay. I should not be able to be here, right? So let's start there. Let's go to, what do we call it? Write or generate? Generate skill view test. Cool. Okay, how about this? Test. Protected. Whoops. Protected. Static async. Renders, alert, and redirects if no a family members. So let's start by faking the response to family members, list family members, to return 0 family members, right? This dot event faker dot fake list family members. I'm assuming that's going to be a callback, and we're just going to, let's do that. Okay, now we're faking the response to list family members, so there's none. So now let's go await this dot, no. VC assert dot alert. Look at that. Assert renders alert, then redirects. So let's fill this out. What do we have? We have the view controller, which is this .vc. We have the action, which is just going to be load, really, right? This .load. Do we not have a load? This .use .load, this .vc. Okay. Yeah, we haven't even loaded yet. There we go. We did right here. Back button renders redirects to root. So let's go and extract that, and let's go method. Load. Change how it's called. Right, my computer doesn't start speeding up. I am going to reboot. It's the video recording, the screen recording in a virtual machine, and maybe I'm using all my hard drive space too. No, I got 400 gigs hard drive space, which I filled up my hard drive several times filming this training. All right, router. This.views.get router. What else? Destination. ID, and let's send them to 8-bit stories dot family. I really need to update the typing on that one. I'll do that. Okay. Assert renders alert, then redirects. We've got all our stuff. Okay, look at this. Expected await this dot alert to be called in your view. 8-bit stories generate within 5 seconds, and it wasn't. All right, let's go generate.svc. Let's go into load. Let's go await this dot alert. And the message will be, you gotta add at least one family member before writing their bedtime story. I'm going to use the verb write whenever talking to humans, and then the word generate in the back end. That's just a preference. You can make the alert and whatever you want. Call it, got a lot of flexibility there. Okay, so now we got a different issue. Back button redirects to root now throws an error, which back button redirects to root is saying skill view 8-bit stories.generate unexpectedly rendered an error alert. It reads, you gotta add at least. Okay, well, yeah, I know that. Well, how do we make this pass? Well, I think there's 2 steps here. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it by default return at least one family member in all the other tests. So I'm gonna go to the before each. So then it's still gonna fail, but at least in the load lifecycle method of our skill view, we're going to be able to connect API and emit list family members and check the length and only redirect if the length is 0. So, and I think, do I have event faker.generate public family member values? Yeah, look at that. Cool. So by default, in the before each, we're setting our listener to always return at least one family member, or not at least, have very explicitly one family member. So I'm going to go into generate now. Let's go const client equals await this dot connect to API. Const family members. I'm going to destructure that out of the first response, emit and flat responses. List family members. And then I'm going to go if family members dot length equals 0, right? Alert. And then let me go command space and just make sure or control space, watch dot views. I want to go check this out. Okay, what's this one? Well, somehow we have 2 watch views. How is that even possible? It's supposed to reuse the pane. I just updated VS Code, so maybe they changed something. Let's verify. Space. Oh my gosh. It's no longer reusing the pane. So, control space. It's going to let me... You know what? Just going to move on. So, right in the middle of developing this tutorial series, VS Code made an update where it no longer... running a Spruce command no longer reuses the pane. So that's awesome. Okay, no big deal though. Maybe. We'll see. Look, I expected to be redirected, but was not. So let's go here. Await this dot router dot redirect. Is that where I'm sending them? Click here. Yeah, that's it. And we're passing. And because we're watching, I should just be able to go back here, refresh. There. Gosh, this VM is killing me. You gotta add at least one family member before writing your bedtime story. And there we go. No. No, that's not right. That's not the right view. We want to go to family members. So is it members? Just members. I'm gonna go fix that typing. T, can you add to Jira a task called improve typing on VC assert redirect? I'm getting sick of having to talk about how it's not typed. This needs to be typed. Thank you. Members. Now. This should pass. And sweet. Sweet. Now it's going to break out of that and run all of our tests because it's in smart mode. Perfect. Okay. Refresh. Look at that. Right story. You got to add at least one family member before writing your bedtime story. So I'm thinking, yeah, that looks really good. So I'm blown away by how just slow this whole setup becomes as soon as I start recording. It's like everything is smooth as butter. Hit record in Screen Studio. Okay. Before populating family members, I think I'm probably what's going to happen as you're developing this. This is all going to happen instantly. This VM being in my machine, my M1 Max Pro Turbo, just being destroyed here, which again doesn't happen until I start Screen Studio, which is what we're using to record the screen. It is showing where there is a little bit of a delay there, and where you can't really tell what's going on. So what I was thinking is let's show a loading, and let's show a loading over the thing we're actually trying to load here, which is family members. So let's do this. And I am not going to test this because I think it's strictly presentation and dumb in nature. So let's do this. Let's go to our family members card VC. I'm going to command click on that. I'm going to go into the view model, which is the second argument passed to the controller builder method. And I'm going to go body is busy, true. Yeah. And then under load, oh, I'm going to stay in here. Under load, let's just go down here. Let's go. This dot family card VC dot set is busy. False. There. Now, let's take a look. See, it's actually not going to impact our tests at all because we're just not even checking it. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to restart this computer after this works. Nothing should be taking this long. Like 50 milliseconds. Let's see. So 23. Just none of this should be taking this long. None of it. All right, refresh again. Right, story. Yeah, look at that. A little loading there. Hit OK. Redirect out. To add family member, hit add family member. Daddy. That's me. I think is how you spell it. Nice little swap with the rows. Done. Right story. Bam. Okay. Now, well, I'm going to restart to see if I can get this thing to just be more performant, this machine. And then we're going to actually populate the family members with the tags. All right. Let's rock this. Let's do some family member. What are these things called? Render as. I forget what that thing's called. Tag. Ha! So let's render family members as tags. Let's do that thing. Let's rock it. So let's go. First, let's make sure that the family members card renders a form. So let's go test. Family members card renders form. Let's go VC assert. No, form assert. Card renders form. This.vc.get family card VC. Yeah, start there. That's going to be mad at us because that doesn't exist on our test double. So let's command period and go declare. Command click, public, space. No need for the typing. And I don't think that was right anyway. Return this.fam card BC. Is that going to hover over that? What's it say? Huh. Generate. Family members. Family members card VC. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Oh, that's mad because it's private, so let's make it protected. I'm going to move it up with our other protected just to help me track progress on that. Does it render a form? Let's find out. I mean, obviously we knew the answer to that. The answer is no, it does not. So let's do that. Let's go. Or you know what? What if we broke it out into its own tests first? We'll refactor later. So this dot family members form VC equals this dot controller form. You're going to use the build form helper type helper utility. Schema. What's the schema? Well, this is just going to be pretty straightforward. I'm build schema ID family members form fields family members type. I'm assuming it's just an ID, right? We're just going to track the family member's ID. Is required true. Is array true. Min array. No. By default, in the schema library, if you have something that is an array and it's required, it has to have at least one thing. So an empty array fails validation. So it's probably good to know. Oh, not quite there. We need sections, I believe. There, we got that. So now it wants us to declare the property. So let's do that. It is going to be a form view controller. It's going to want a schema to have its nice typing. So let's go family members form schema. That does not exist, but it will. I'm going to extract build schema out of here. Did I go too aggressive on that? I did. Go extract to constant module scope. Let's call it family members form schema. Let's get this to the bottom A, and let's get our type. All right, let's create the schema's type. So let's go type family members form schema equals type of family members form schema. Yeah, please. So that should fix all that. Now we still don't have a proper form in here. So let's go family members form card and let's go sections form Render. So it's not rendering anything yet, which is fine. So let's go something like this. Protected, static, async. I guess it doesn't need to be async, really, does it? Yeah, because we got to load. Renders family members field. Let's go. Do we need to load? I don't think we need to load for this. I think we just go form assert, form renders field, this.vc.get family form VC, and we want it to render family members. Sweet. Well, obviously that function in our test double doesn't exist, so let's go declare method. Let's go public. Let's get rid of all this funky type in. And let's go return this.family members form VC. Is that what I called it? Yeah, let's make it protected. Okay. I mean, all pretty self-explanatory here, right? It's going to get mad at us that the form is not rendering the field. This dot get, wait, what? Now. Form does not render field name family members. Make sure it's in your form schema and set and forms.sections.fields. Forms.sections. Let's go fields. Cool. Okay. Let's make sure our field renders as a tag, yeah? So let's go test. Family members renders as tags. You know what? We can get rid of these two asyncs. I bet we can get, we can get rid of this async too. So let's go form assert, form field renders as this.vc.get family form VC, and the field is family members, and the component is tags please. Okay, well that's failing. I'm just gonna go extract this to a method, or an override getter, but extracting to a method in VS Code is just faster, so I'm gonna call it family form. See, faster, and that it gets me closest to what I want, which is an overridden getter. If I were to extract it as a property, it would do it as a read only at the very top. That's not, I don't want to do that. Family forms. Cool. No, that's not right. Family card. This is it. Oh, and I cased that wrong. I'm going to function F2 that bad boy. There. The field named family members is rendering as its default type, but I expected it to render as tags. Try setting render as in section fields render as. Section fields. So we're going to turn this from a typed string literal to an object literal with a name key and a render as tags. All right, now we need to make sure it renders a tag or an option for each family member. So let's go test. Static async renders option for each. You know what? Renders choice. That's what it's called. We did a select field and it has choices. Renders choice for each family. Okay, so let's go const family equals this dot event faker dot generate. There. So we got that. So that's the first family member. Then let's go await this dot event faker dot fake list family members. Let's have it return our family. And then let's load. Then let's make sure, I'm just going to spy on this one up here. We'll get the form and we'll make sure the select choices match what we expected. So let's go const members. Yeah, let's just copy. No, muscle memory of it. So let's go members field equals this dot family member form VC. Oops, form VC. Family form VC dot get field family members, and then so members field dot is array is required renders options types. So because of the typing that's available to us, it knows which of these properties, how we've configured the family members field. So to family members, command on that type is array is required. And so I would expect a type is array is required, and then there's additional render options that are returned from get field, which mix in these render options here. So like hover over this, got field render options. Okay. So members field, so we're gonna go select assert dot assert choices, and the choices are members field dot option dot options dot choices, and I'm expecting it to have, let's see this, family dot map there. So this is gonna get mad because we don't have any choices on it. So let's go back here. Let's change it to a select. And then let's go options, choices, and now it's empty choices. So if we go back, now that's gotten better, but it's a never. Let's go as select choice, just so we can get some typing here that's not so angry at us. There it is. So that's all good. Why is this? Fields, family members, choices, options. Oh, just took a sec. Expected one choice, but found 0. Oh, let's just go fix that then, eh? I want to extract this. Just sub method. Family member form VC. Obviously, blowing out the typing like that, expanding it. It's not what we want. We want family member form schema. No, family members form schema. Okay, cool. You know what? We don't even need the typing here. I see that there's some problems. Command KP. Yeah, cut that line. Just Command K. All right. So let's go down to load, and let's go this dot family member form card dot update dot set field. Family member form C dot, there's add fields, add field to section, add section, clear dirty, destroy, disable, enable focus, get field VC, update field. The field name is family members. And what are the updates? Field definition, new name, field definition, options, choices, label, hey, value, hey. Why is this mad at us? For that in a sec. What I'm gonna look at though, real quick, let's take a look at right. Looks like we didn't yet break out or restructure this. Okay. All right. field definition choices is mad at us because it cannot tell what type of field we're doing. So we're going to come around and address that later. Or we could also do const field VC equals this dot card dot get, not card, family member form VC dot get field VC family members, and we can go field VC dot. Here's some things that we can do here. Trigger render, set value, set rendered value. So there's like the value of the field, and then there's the rendered value, which is like what you see. And so an example of this is like, maybe you want to use a text field and you want to render the name of a location, but you want its actual value to be the ID of the location. So you can independently manage that. So there's some helpful things here, but nothing that we need for ourselves. What we need, let's cut that back, is to just, let's fix this type, which I believe we have to do, and set this as select. Okay, so now we've eliminated the typing. We're updating this field, but it's not using the family member's name. So let's do this. Value. Family members 0.id. No, yes. Right. Sweet. Okay. So now that we're updating that field's options with our family members, so renders choice for, let's say this, first family member. Then let's go test, and let's do one to test each family member. Protected static async renders choice for all, for 2 family members. Let's say that. Okay. So I think there's some things that we can do to really, really, really clean this up and to kind of reuse some things. So the first thing I'm thinking is, instead of just passing family members and then when it's invoked or when it's responding, generating a family, I think we should have family as like a faked family members as a property. And then that's going to enable us to do some cool things down here where we'll be able to like have an assert renders choice for each family member, but because it's locally referencing the faked family members, it should actually be really easy to extract these out. And I bet we can get this down to like 2 method calls. Watch this. So let's start with this dot faked family members. Let's go with this dot faked family members equals there. Let's go declare private, and I believe this is a public family member array. Sweet. So now watch this. Now we can get rid of that, change this to this dot faked family members, right? That should still pass. Now we change this to method assert renders choice for each family member. Ha ha ha. Cool. And then let's move that down. Now watch this. This dot faked family members dot push this dot event faker dot generate values. Now we have 2 family members. Now we should be able to go wait this dot load, and then this dot assert renders choice for each family member. That's pretty cool, right? That simplified it a lot. Okay, look, expected true choices found 1. Now what we cannot do is anything like this, because it's going to get angry that we don't have any family members, or we have 2 options instead of 1. So let's do this. Let's go const choices equals a select choice as an array. Family members dot map, and we'll go value f dot id We'll go label f dot name. We'll change this to choices. Look at that, dudes. So now we should have a tag for each family member. Let's go refresh. Daddy. Okay, though, let's get rid of the submit controls first. Let's just real quick write that test. I'm gonna do it up here, maybe. Family member runs card assert dot is false. This dot vc dot get no. This dot family form dot get should render submit buttons is. You should not be rendering submit buttons. Is there a... Let's see what we have in here. Cool. So, you should not be running submit buttons. Let's get rid of that. Then, command click here. Should show. That's false. So I need to change that verb to render instead of should show. Get to that. Just always use the autocomplete. Should tell you. All right, refresh. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. So let's clean this up a little bit. Let's go to generate. Let's jump to load. I guess let's say update family member form. I'm going to move this down to the bottom. It's immaterial. Like, we could test to make sure it does the redirect for updating the form, but like, it's just either going to be empty, which is going to not change it because it's going to be the same, or it's going to populate it. And so I'm just going to move it down to the bottom. It doesn't really matter where it is. But I just like the idea of it being at the end. So there's no, again, I'm going to make the case. There's no test to do here. No test is necessary because no matter where we put it, in order to get it to pass, it has to have family members, has to have everything. But in this case, doing it after this just means it only does it if there are family members. So anyway, let's change this to a public. Wait, is that what it is? Public family member, right? Yes, public family. Cool. So let's add another family member, shall we? Let's go back. Let me refresh just to... that I didn't need to refresh. There was no material change. Family member. So we got daddy. Let's do add a family member. Mommy. Yes. Go. Sweet. Done. Write a story. Bam. Dun, 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 dun. Let's make it about wizards and witches and sports. And let's have it just be about mommy and daddy. Oh, look at that. We need to go here. Well, okay. We have a fork in the road here. I think we should probably test this. See how when I updated the field definition, I didn't put this is array and is required back in. So what I'm thinking is that we write the test for that to make sure I update the field definition correctly, because it's like, I don't usually write assertions around the schemas, since schemas are really, if you think about it, are just configuration. But the fact that we're now loading and updating things dynamically, I think, in the fact that I just broke it more or less, right? I didn't set is array and is required. I think that means that we need the test. And we're gonna use this code here kind of as the way we're going to access those configurations post load. So async family members is required and array. Let's go this method family members field. I'm going to do the same thing here, make it an overridden getter. Get, and then I'm going to this. Let's see this. Wait, this dot load const field equals that. Nah, yeah. Assert dot is true. Field dot is array. And then assert dot is, let's just do that. Let's do this. Your field needs to be an array. Your family members field. Yeah. And it's undefined. And it's undefined because in load, where we call update family members form, let's just do this. Update family members field. I don't set it back. So is array true? Now let's go. Assert dot is array. No, is true. Field dot is required. Your family members field needs to be required. So obviously that's going to fail. Generate SVC is required true. There we go. So we load. Redirect if there's not anybody loaded or no family members. Or, I mean, this is still getting called at the end too, so I could return in here. Should we write a test for that? I don't think so. It's just skipping these things from executing on redirect. We could ensure that the field is still busy after redirect. So like this, watch this. We could do this if we wanted to. I'm fine not testing that piece because again, it's like is strictly presentation, but watch this. So here's our assert renders alert, then redirects. We could do this. VC assert card is not busy, and do this .vc.get family card VC. And now that I'm using that twice, I am going to extract it to an overridden getter to become a, not into, I guess like transform into, not particularly inside of. Anyway, verbs matter, verbs don't matter, as long as you, or more accurately, someone else, which is you in 6 months, can go in this code and know what it is. Okay. Assert card is busy. So now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure the card's still busy after a redirect. And the simplest way to fix that, to make that work, will be to return right after the redirects. We'll go here, we'll go return. Cool. So let's take a look-see. Actually, nothing changed. Oh, well, no. We made it so you could select more than one. Family members. Bam, 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 bam. Now it's mad. Must have at least one value. So it's using the name of the field there. Family members must have at least one value. That looks pretty good. Yeah. Okay, now we got family members. Let me drop in. Add a family member. Brother. Go dogs, go. Add family member. Sister. No dogs, no. Done. Heck yeah. Let's start on current challenge. Then once we have current challenge, we're going to simulate submitting and writing a story, and we're going to get to some chat jippity stuff, you guys. You guys, this is exciting. All right, current challenge. This one I'm imagining is going to go pretty fast. Okay. let's work on current challenge. So current challenge is going to be where we can like give something that we're struggling with as a family. So maybe sister has a thumb sucking habit vice that we want to break. And so we'd want to be able to put into the current challenge, sister's trying to break her thumb sucking habit. Or if we're like going on a road trip or something's coming up and we want to talk about it. So all we're going to do there is just like render a text box as a text area. And then I think once that's done, we got to get the submit working. And then like, maybe we send them to a write page. Maybe do some event defining. They were like 70% the way there. All right. And then we're gonna do refactor. Definitely gonna want to refactor because like we don't even have, we've got like stories in the behavioral in our test. We don't have stories in here. So anyway, we're gonna want to come back to that. For now though, let's go this test protected static async current challenges card renders form. Let's go form assert card renders form. This.vc.get challenges card vc. Obviously that's gonna fail because our test double does not have that get in it. So period declare method. Let's go and let's call this. We don't have to do anything. Turn this dot challenge. Let's just go see what it's called. Command click. Current challenge card VC. That's going to be mad at us. Let's get why let's breathe a little bit because it's private. So I'm gonna command click on it, and we're gonna make it protected. Good, y'all. Well, I mean, not good, because like it's not rendering a form, so it's mad at us. So let's do that. Let's go. This dot current challenge form VC equals this dot controller form build form, and we're gonna say the schema is the current build schema ID current challenge form. Is spelled challenge right? I don't think I've been spelling challenge right. That current challenge form. I consider schemas configurations. So we're just gonna kind of bang this out. Let's say current challenge. Its type is text. It is required. And then maybe we say the label. We'll revisit. And then no sections, right? Because we've not that test. Then we're going to go to the current challenges. Challenge form. Go body. Sections. Form. Oof. This dot current challenge form vc dot render. Let's go declare. It's going to be private form view controller, and it's going to be a current challenge form schema. Whoops, that doesn't exist. Let's go do that. We got to extract this first, don't we? Got to extract the schema first, get it out of here. Constant module scope, current challenge form schema. And let's go type equals type of current challenge form schema. And then let's just move the whole thing to the bottom of the file. You know what I mean? If you pull this up and you were to pull that up and it just like go right to your schemas, and you'd be like, you just scroll right past it, you know? In fact, you scroll right past the imports also. This is like, you shrink all the imports. Yeah, it always happens, right? You just scroll right past them. It's like the imports are for the code. The declarations, the definitions, Or for you? The people. The people. Okay, so that worked. Let's go test. Static async. Current challenge renders text as text area. So I'm gonna kind of shortcut here a little bit. Instead of doing assert form renders field, I'm just gonna go right to renders field as text area, and then that'll force me to render the field as the sections. Like, it'll essentially assert the whole way to getting it to render how we want versus me actually checking, is it rendering at all? So watch this. Form assert field renders as here. This.vc.get challenge form vc. Field name is current challenge and the text area. So that's going to get mad at us because the test double does not have that method. So let's declare it public get current challenge. And then we're going to go return this dot current challenge form VC. That's going to be mad because it is a private. So let's make it protected. Let me save. Save. All right. So let's see what it does. It says, I could not find a field being rendered called current challenge. So let's do that first. Challenge. So let's go fields. Right? That's gonna get past that assertion, but now it's gonna say did not render as text area. So let's turn that to a field options object versus just the field name, the name property, and they render as text area. Yeah, let's just for now extract this out so it's less. Current challenge. Let's get rid of this typing. TypeScript will be able to tell just fine what's going on here without us having to be explicit about that. Which I guess in theory is a little bit slower because it has to infer the type from usage versus just using the type literal. I'm okay with that. Just refresh. Yeah, cool, right? But we do not want to render the submit button, so let's get rid of that too. Static async does not render submit controls, which is a cancel and a submit button. So I know I'm going to use this, so let me extract that. Current challenge VC. Let's make it an overridden getter. You know how I do. You know, really, you don't have to make it an overridden getter. It's just like, look how simple that is. How easy that is to read. The fact that it's something's being invoked, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay. Oh, what was I doing? Assert dot is false. This dot current challenge form VC dot get should render submit controls. To see. Do not render submit controls on your challenge form. That was like a Count Chocula thing, isn't it? Do not render submit controls on your challenge form. Okay, I won't. Jeez, stop yelling. Current challenge form should show submit controls false. Should say should render submit controls. So like look. The API needs to be updated there. But like whether it's show or render, that verb, we still get it, right? And who knows, by the time you're watching this might have already been renamed. Okay. I mean, that's it. Let me refresh. Heck yes, dudes. So next up is emitting the generate event. Now remember, this generate event now in Mercury, the event timeout's 30 seconds. So you emit an event, you have 30 seconds to respond. Because writing this story could take more than 30 seconds, we're going to emit the event and just like sit and wait for a did generate event to be emitted on the other side. So we're going to get to emit an event to the client, to the front end, and respond. That'll be cool. So cool. For now though, let's start on creating the write story event. Write story. Maybe it starts with a confirmation. Are you sure you want to write the story? It just goes, pops up a little message that says, I'm generating a story. So let's start by clicking write story emits the write story event. Then we'll get into like verifying they've actually selected. Oh, you know what? Let's do that. Let's make it so the write story button is disabled until all of our forms are valid. You know what I mean? Because like you gotta at least select one family member and you gotta at least select one story element, but you don't need a challenge. You know what I'm saying? So let's just do that. Let's make the right button, the right button. Let's disable that until you've selected at least one story element, one family member. So I'm gonna go to generate skill view. Let's go test static async. Let's say write story button disabled to start. Yes. Wait, this dot load. Not even. Let's just have it locked before it even loads. So let's go. Is it button assert? Button is disabled. This dot VC dot controls card VC, and the button is right. Is that what we called it? Let's look. I'm just gonna get mad if that didn't work. It's controls VC and it's right. Yeah. Okay, so look at this. How many times does this exist? Oh, there it is, control card. Okay, let's make that disabled. Let's go controls card. Let's go is enabled is false. All right, button is disabled. Cool. Oh, my foot fell asleep. Funny. All right, here we go. Refresh. Yeah, look at that. 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 Now it should be enabled. So let's do this. Test. Protected static async. Write story enables when selecting one element and family a member. Yeah? So let's go wait this dot load. Now we need to select a story element. So let's go wait this dot form family. No, element form VC dot set value elements. And then what's an element? Let's look. It is a story elements card control. Yeah, we're gonna extract all this out in a second. Wizards. Huh? Let's do that. Wizards. And then let's go wait this dot. What's the other one called? The family form VC. Set value. Family members. And let's do this. This dot faked family members. See how handy that faked family members property is now? Okay, hold on. No, we're not done. Now let's go button assert. And button is enabled. Sheepers. I had a spelling problem there. This dot controls card VC, and it's right. The button right is not enabled. All right, generate. Let's go load. Watch this. await this dot controls card VC dot see, we don't want to enable or disable a full footer, just that button. So let's do update. Let's do set footer. Let's go buttons. ID right. Okay, watch this. This is still going to pass. But it's going to be really, really not great. Because, I mean, it's going to remove the back button as soon as it's done loading. Oh, I put it in the body. Update section. 0th section. There's no... Wait. Update section. ID or IDX. Okay. Now we're passing. Yes. But look at that, dude. Not awesome. Oh, can I find a button? Look at that. Back. Label. Back. I still want this. I'm not going to do the is type check on this. Could check that it's primary, but clicking back failed. All right. So here we go. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go method render controls buttons. Is that a good name? Is that not a good name? Let's type it as a button. So we're not going to be able to cheat this too much. And then let's say is I wonder if we can just do this check. Let's just do this. Is right enable. We're going to go through a few versions of this before we're done. And like, because I really dislike the way, like, watch this. So if we go here, this dot render controls buttons false. No, true. Is right enabled true. That's like, I mean, just like, what's true mean in this context? It means nothing. It's not useful at all. So what I'd like to do is find a way to do this without just passing a flag. Also, obviously, this is not great because we need to do this because I did it on load. I just like full on just ignored that the values were being set at all. So watch this. Method assert right button disabled. And then we're going to go right after load here, right? This dot assert right button disabled. Button right is not disabled. Okay, so we can't do this here anymore. I'm going to call this, I'm going to extract this to update controls, and we're going to change where it's called. We can no longer call it where we did before, which is load. We have to call it when the form is changed. So let's just get any form change here. So this is, where's the controls card? Controls. Family member form. This one will work. On change. This dot handle change forms done by this. I don't really care which form is updated yet. Private. Async handle. I don't think it needs to be async. Handle change forms. Update controls. Okay. That's nice. So let's do this. So I did under family members. So let me do this. Whoops. Value. And let's go method set story elements. Sweet, right? Right. Do you think, no, let's just try this for now. Value. Method. Set family members. Here. Okay. So what I'm thinking is let's just change this to assert right button enabled. So here's what I'm thinking. We deselect story elements now. And we go this dot assert right button disabled, right? Right, guys, right. The right button was not, okay. So let's go. Now it's getting to the point where our approach is going to have to be rethunk family members. What did I remove? Story elements. Where's story elements? Let's go. Oh, look at this. It's just in a different view controller. So we're going to need an on change to be passed through here, aren't we? So, because we need to know when this form changes to go disable the button in our case. So let's review this, right? So we're loading, asserting the button is still disabled. We're setting story elements. We're setting family members. Now we're making sure it's enabled. Now we're resetting story elements, and now we're making sure it's disabled. In that case, we need to do something like this. Let's go. I'm going to go into the constructor of the story elements card that we created. Go story elements card options. Export interface. I actually don't need to export that. And we'll say on change. And I'm not going to pass anything yet. I don't think. Let's see. On change, promise. Void. Okay, so then let's destructure that out of options. On change equals options. Let's go this dot on change handler. Again, I like putting handler in the names of these callbacks because it does make it more clear that it's something that's passed through. Let's do alias this type on change handler. Perfect. I guess that's kind of a good spread. Let's declare. We're going to make it optional. And then we're going to go to this on change. This dot on change handler. Sweet dudes. So now inside of generate SVC, inside of which one is it where we just said? It's like family elements, right? Elements. We're gonna go on change, and we're gonna go this dot update controls. Oh, shiza. Uh-oh. Let's see. What are we calling update controls? Handle change form. It's going to be tough not to just make this one work, isn't it? Because what we're going to want to do is we essentially inside of update controls, no matter where it's called, kind of want something like this. Const is valid. And we need to go this dot form, or which one is this? Family form card. PC dot get is right is valid. Yeah, is it valid? And this dot elements card VC dot is valid, which does not exist. So if both those are valid, then we update is valid here. So let's try this. Let's go declare is valid. Let me see if I can fake this. So there's a few ways that we could have handled this. Obviously, we could have had like the callback here, return the options that are valid. So look, right button is not disabled. Try setting is enabled to false. So I think we're gonna need this. And if we set this to false, something else is gonna fail, right? Now it's gonna say expected it to be enabled and it wasn't. Yeah, button right is not enabled, but should be. So we're just gonna have to make this work, you guys. This dot form VC dot is valid. There we go. Okay, but look at this. Render control buttons. Why am I don't need to do this anymore. We can just inside of render control buttons do something like this. Now I expect this is going to get mad because I think render control buttons is actually called pretty early before the forms are set up. No, because it would be at the end of the constructor. Sweet. Okay, let's go test the enabled disabled of the right button. So refresh. Ready? Boop. Bop. Bop. Boop. Beep. Boop. Boopity. Boppity. How cool is that? I think we got it, dudes. Got to have at least one from each of those. Okay. Now we have the right button enabled or disabled depending on the proper status. Heck yeah. The validity of the form itself. Next up, now let's emit the event. Alrighty, we're on a roll now. Now let's make it so when you click write story, it emits the generate event. You know, it's kind of makes it a little bit more difficult when the verbs are different in the back end and the front end. But those two things have to be decoupled. You know what I mean? Like you can't go updating your event signatures because like the language, the lexicon changes on the front end. The front end needs to be able to play around with the verbs that we're using in this case. And we're going to stick with generate on our side. So protect static async. Clicking right emits generate event. Let's go wait this dot load. Then let's go wait this dot set story elements. Wizards. Wait this dot set family members. This dot fate family members a 0.id. Then let's go what? Await this dot event faker dot fake generate story. Let's do the good old was hit equals true. Let's go let was hit equals false. All right. Great. Let's declare this. Async. Now we know that this event does not exist. So wait. Is that no. This is event faker dot on 8-bit stories. I'm going to say generate story. And this is actually not going to return anything. And it's not going to return anything because it is an eventually consistent design where it's just emitted and forgotten. And there's no waiting for anything. It just goes. And then we'll have an event on the back end of that process called like did generate story or did fail to generate story. And that's how we'll report back any issues. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go wait interactor dot click button. This dot controls VC. Right. Oh, well, that's not going to do anything. Clicking failed because right's not okay. All right. Let's go controls VC. Render controls buttons. On click. This dot handle click right dot bind this private async hand click right. And then assert that is true was hit. Clicking right should generate, no, should emit generate event. So the button's ID is right. We could call the button generate. Maybe that would more clearly stick with the back end, the things people don't see. We call it generate. Generates our verb, but just in the label we call it right. No matter what, when you look at it and looking through the code, you'll get what's going on. Or you won't. Future you'll come in and say, screw this, I'm changing the ID of this button to generate, and then fix the tests. Okay, should emit an event. Cool, let's just go do that. Generate.svc. Let's go await or const client equals await this dot emit and no connect API await client emit and flatten 8-bit stories, and let's do generate story, right? Okay, yeah, let's just let's see what happens. The signature is invalid. You either have to create an event, use Spruce create event, or set your event to global. Well, we kind of actually have to do both those things. Let's start with creating the event. Okay, now it's reusing the pane. Before, remember, I was in control space and it was starting a new pane, and now it's asked me to restart. I cannot explain. Thanks, VS Code. Create that event. Name is generate story. Let's go design our event, shall we? So the emit payload. There's going to be two things on this that are going to be important. There's going to be the story elements, which is type text, is array true, is required true. And then the next important piece on this is going to be the family members, which we're just going to do type ID is array true, is required true. And then current challenge type text. Yeah, and we are not going to make a challenge required. We're not even going to give labels to these things right now because we don't need to. They're not visualized in any way. We can put labels on them if you want, or hints if that makes it nicer. Okay, so then the target is going to be empty. The event is going to be global because it again is not scoped to a location or organization. We're going to go to emit permissions, build permission reference. Go 8-bit stories, and neither of those work. I think it's finally time for a new permission. And I'm going to go ID can generate story, name can generate bedtime story. Do I need it? I'm just going to leave description blank for now. Defaults, logged in, and then clocked in, clocked out, off. Yeah, just defaults. True. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that. I'm not even going to declare the require all statuses because it's not even relevant for us. But that could be like, they need to be clocked in and on premise or whatever. We don't care. Sync.missions. Let's go can generate story. Now sync events. Now I kind of expect this to get mad at us. Like, it's going to start to tell us certain things are required. So the event, when you run Spruce create.event, it creates an event where no fields are required. So that's why I passed. Now it's going to fail again because we have made some fields required. Payload is required. Boo. Yep. So let's go generate.svc. Let's go with payload. And now I think we're all kind of expecting at this point a story elements is required, family elements is required. So story elements, family elements, family members. But now it's going to tell us that we need at least one value. So that. Okay. So now let's just make sure that it's populated with all the rat stuff, you guys. Why is this mad at us? Oh, we forgot to do the response payload. It should be nothing. Nothing. Now let's sync events again. Cool. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I should fix that. No big D. Finish running. All right. While that's running, generate skill view test. Let's make sure that is passing the story elements, the family members, and the current challenge. So jump it in here, 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 and here. So target payload. But we're going to type it in the type literal that is defining the type for the first argument of the fake generate story method. Spruce schemas, 8-bit version, generate story, target, and payload. Sweet. Extract alias, generate story, target, and payload. Hell yes. Sweet, 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 sweet. Let's go generate test. Okay, let's do this. Let past payload equals fake generate story, target, and payload. Payload or undefined. Technically, I could have just done generate story payload and not done target and payload. But it's just I like just to be consistent. And by doing it this way, if we ever add a target, which maybe eventually will let you generate stories for other families. I don't know. Past payload equals payload. And then we're going to go assert that is equal deep. Past payload. Whoops. And then we're going to go family members equals this dot faked family members 0.id. And what's the other one? Story elements. Wizards. Yeah, that should do it, right? Cool. Okay, that's definitely going to change. While I'm in here, I'm going to get rid of the was hit check because we're very confident it was hit now. It had to have been for us to do this assert here. So let's go there. Let's go. I can fix story elements right now, right? Wizards. But it's the family members one that's going to be a little trickier. Well, I guess let's just get it right off the form, huh? Cons. Family members equals this dot family members form. EC dot get value. Family members. I just banged it to kind of like non-null it. Okay. So we got family members. That was just the easiest way to do that. But we need story elements. So let's jump back here. And let's think about how we can do this in a way that is going to allow us to test some variations of this. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we parameterize this test. And then we call it with a few different story elements and a few different family members. So what I'm thinking is we need to like story elements would be kind of easy. So let's just, I guess, start there. Let's go. Story elements is a string. And let's go story elements. And let's say clicking right story emits generate event 1. And let's go wizards. What I'm looking for, wizards. What I'm looking for here is just to make sure it didn't break the test. Cool. Now let's copy that line, and let's say sports, and then dinosaurs, right? Dinosaurs. How do you spell that? Why is this element story card? Dinosaurs. Dinosaurus. Okay. Obviously, hard coding widgets is not going to work there. Widgets. Hard coding wizards. So let's do this. Const story elements equals this dot story elements card vc dot get. What do we call it? Get selected elements, maybe? Selected elements. Yeah, I think that's kind of nice. Declared method. And then because this is technically optional, I'm just going to fall back to an empty array, I think. Let's drop story elements in here. Sweet. Now let's do in the same one, we actually don't need to do different family members because we had to pass it what was in the form. But let's do this. Wait this dot challenge form vc dot set value. The field is current challenge. We're going to say generate ID, and then I want to take this, go. No, what did I just do? I want to extract it to constant in module scope. Extract it to constant module scope. Go current challenge. Now, just for consistency, let me just do this. Set challenge. And let's change this to this. And then let's go into this and go like that. So we're checking in the payload that current challenge was passed. And it's mad. Both those tests failed because current challenge is going to be a random string. Const current challenge equals this dot current challenge form vc dot get value. Current challenge. And let's pass it. Sweet dudes. Sweet dudes. Sweet. Okay. What's next? Next, we got to create the listener. Oh, let's set the footer to busy. Right? Set controls to busy. So let's go here. Let's go test. Clicking generate makes controls busy. Let's just do that. So let's say what we want to do here. Here we go. Await this dot load. await this dot select story element, set story elements. I'm gonna let's just pick a different one for fun. Oh boy. Sports, elves, magic, elves. I'm going to change set story elements to select and set family members to select. I think that verb works more for the type of input we're doing. And then I'm just going to, let's just do this. Let's select this and say select first family member. Because that's kind of seems to be mostly what I'm doing here. Wait, this dot select first family member. Let's extract this to method click right. Okay, so let's move that down. Let's move this over. That's going to get mad because we're not faking the event. We should be faking the event. Ooh, yes, I did paste that in a wonky spot, didn't I? Okay, I should fix that. So I expect this to fail because we're not faking generate story in this test. Look, must be handled locally. Boot and set create your listener and boot, or set the event faker. We set the event faker, but I'm just going to fake it up top here next to this one. So if we click write story in another test, we don't have to fake it again. Fake generate story. That should fix that. So that's not going to break anymore. So we load, select story elements, select first family member, click write, and then we're going to go BC assert card is busy. This dot control script. Yeah, there we go. Okay, maybe a case could be made we don't actually need a test for this because the busy is just presentation. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. You know, as you get more and more comfortable and more familiar with the platform and writing these tests, you'll build an intuition around when it makes sense and it doesn't. For now, I'm going to go this dot controls card VC dot set is busy, but true. And then I say we test it, which really all it's going to do is set it busy. It's not going to do anything else because we don't have the listener yet. Okay, let's go refresh. Refresh. I am not watching. That's what that's saying. Watch.views. Fresh. Let's select the dinosaur. Let's select brother and sister. Hit write story. Okay, refresh. Bam, bam, write story. There it is. We're stuck. Can't really do anything because we don't have the back end submitting the information on the other side. You can just refresh and go back. Write a story. All right, dudes. Next up, let's write the generate family members listener. Maybe we could like disable this stuff while it's going. I know. I'm not too worried about it. You can get as detailed, pedantic as you want, I guess. Okay, let's do the generate story listener. Let's create the generate listener. This one's going to be fun because it is going to require us to kind of stub out a story generator class and then handle pass and fails, but kind of simulate all of them. And then we will come back around and actually implement the story generator with some, probably just some basic OpenAI integration, but it'll be cool because we'll get the test double. We'll get the test doubling of third-party libraries. And you're about to see how well people type their stuff which is maybe in my tone is some foreshadowing. Not great. Okay, here we go. And if you don't know what I mean, you'll see. Just hang out till next chapter. Follow me on this though. For now, let's go create test. Let's go behavioral. Let's go generate story a listener. And let's put it under stories. Let's extend the abstract 8-bit test. Let's go test reporter. Here we go. Let's start with skill is listening. And let's go await this dot boot skill. Await this dot faked client dot emit and flatten 8-bit generate story. I believe something, yeah, payloads required. What else is in here? Current challenge optional. Family members is required. Story elements is required. So at least get us started, though I do believe it is going to get mad at us because we need at least one element in those. But we're not there yet. We're going to get yelled at because we do not have a listener. So we have two options here. Create a listener using Spruce create listener and boot your skill, or use the event faker. Well, this is the listener test. So doing an event faker would not make a lot of sense. Create.listener. And once we get this in place and everything, we're going to go do like a good refactor on this chapter. It's stories, generate stories, right? Generate story, yep. Now I am expecting a family members needs one element. Story elements needs one element. Like one item in the array. And then after that, I expect a listener not implemented. We're about to find out. Yeah, look at that. Story elements must have one value, at least one value. All right, family members, let's just generate an ID. That's going to yell at us in the future. But for now, I'm not worried about it. And let's say wizard. Look at that, listener not implemented. So let's go to generate.listener. I went gene.lisse. And let's remove that, and that. Now, if you notice, there's an emit payload, but no response payload because we didn't define one. So remember, this event's just going to fire and we're going to move on. So we need to close the loop by emitting a did generate or did fail to generate events on either side of that. All right, skill is listening. Nice. Let's do this. Okay, we have some options here. What I'm thinking is we start on the, well, actually, let me just talk through it out loud. We have a few options. Is one, we could begin designing out the story generator class and utilize that. We could just go right ahead and ensure that generate story emits did generate story, so the success event, and go and define that. So at least we have a closed loop. Though I would kind of like to, I think, control the did succeed in generating or did fail in generating in some way, and that way would be like a test double story generator class, which again we have not created. But now that I think about it and I've talked through it a little bit, let's do this. Let's design our story generator and then let's build a simple test double called like success story generator, and all it does is emit the success that it successfully goes or doesn't error or something. Or maybe we create a stub. So in other words, let's start with the test double. Let's make sure that that's being called, and let's just stub it out, and then we will get and then we'll do the pass and the fail, and we'll get everything ready for when we want to implement the chat GPT version of it. So let's do this. Let's go test. Whoops. Protected static async calls generate on story generator. Okay. Before getting into the details of that, let's go and static async before each, and let's move the boot. Da boot. Okay, So we're going to write this the way we wished it worked, and then we're going to go implement it. So the first thing is I want a class called story generator, and I want it to be what the listener is calling generate on, if that makes sense. So we will need, let me just go stub this to show you, or more like pseudocode it. So we're going to do something like this. We want it in the end to be like this: const generator, destructure from event, await generator dot generate, and then passing the arguments there. Then if that succeeds, emit did generate, or we'll try catch, and here we'll emit did fail. So like that. And so we need a generator interface, essentially. And then we need to drop in a test double. And then we need a version of we need a test double called throwing story generator that will just throw, so we can test the did fail, and then stub story generator that, and then we'll use a mock to make sure we're passing the right stuff. Cool. We're going to get to actually do every test double you can imagine for this one, which will be a little overkill for what you might really need to do, but it'll be a fun chance to practice all these test doubles. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a mock. So remember, in the test double land, a mock has its test conditions built into it. So we're going to go like this. Let's start with the interface. So let's go interface, story generator, and it has one method, generate. And that's not this. Generate, and it's a promise void. We're not going to return anything because we're not returning anything from the, say, declared. We're not returning anything from the event. Now, we want to be able to pass the family members, the story elements, and the current challenge. And what I'm thinking is we'll just pass those directly to the generate, and we'll have the generator load the family members. So it's going to have some dependencies it's going to require, but we're not going to worry about that yet because it actually won't really matter quite yet. So let's go options, and the options will be story generator generate options. Just going to follow that pattern, the class name, the method name, and then options. You call them arguments. You can see options is used throughout this. It's a nice abstraction for whatever your arguments are in the form of an object, instead of arguments, having many arguments for a method. Anyway, I'm talking too much. Let's do this. Let's go type. Now I'm using a type here instead of interface because watch what I'm going to do here. Spruce schemas dot 8-bit dot version dot generate story payload. Okay, so watch. I'll command click on that. There it is. So we're just going to use the payload as it's defined to define the options, because we're just going to pass it right through. And then if we ever change the signature, it'll change the options to the generator. And then when that happens, a test will for sure fail because the signature's changed, but at least our typing and everything will indicate to us what has changed and where to look to fix it. All right, so in order to test this, we need one more thing. We need to be able to go, watch this. Let's go emit generate story. Change that reference. Let's move this down below. So what we need to do now is we need to somehow, inside of our listener, get access to something and call generate on it. But how are we going to do that? Well, the first thing we need to do is, the first thing I'm going to do, and there's lots of pass forward here, but I'm going to write code the way I wish it existed. So I'm going to go story generator impl dot class equals mock story generator. So that's what's going to ensure, that's what I want to implement to ensure that that we can run assertions on the generator. So look at this. Okay, story generator implement not defined. So if I went class story generator implements story generator. Now that's going to get mad at us because we have not implemented the interface. So implement interface, bam. We're not going to throw. We're going to go public async. So this is just empty. I'm going to underscore that to remove that'll disable the unused type message. And we're almost there. Now we need a mock story generator. So let's go class mock story generator implements story generator. Sweet. That we have not implemented also, so let's go public async. Let's not make that throw. Now, we're almost there. I'm going to underscore that also. So now do you see how I'm setting the dot class here? So this is a pattern that we use quite often in the platform is the story generator impl. We're not going to instantiate with the new operator. We're going to create a builder method, probably called generator. And it's going to instantiate itself or the class. So here's what I mean by that. So let's go to the story generator impl. Let's go public static class. Whoops. And I'm capitalizing it to indicate this is a thing. This is a class reference. In our world and many object-oriented worlds, a capitalization of a variable or a file indicates that it is constructible. It can be instantiated, but okay, let's do this. So new, and let's go no constructor options yet, and we're going to have it return a story generator. So now we have no type issues. So now we should watch this. Let me do this. So we at least got the type issues. We're just not done yet. So I want to go with this. I want to go await this dot emit generate story, and then I want to go mock story generator dot instance. Wait. Assert dot it. Whoops. Let me get this. Assert. Get the right one. Dot is truthy. Mock story generator. You did not construct a story generator. Okay. Whoops. Dot instant. Whoops. Instance. So we're almost there. So I'm setting a mock, I'm emitting it, and I'm making sure that an instance was constructed, but we don't have a instance public static property on a mock. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna first create that, right? So I'm just gonna slowly chip away at these type issues, which is the last ones. Declare method, no, declare property. So public static instance is a mock story generator. Okay, so now the question is, like, essentially, now what? It's like, you did not construct a story generator. So again, there's a lot of paths we can take here, but we've got our story generator impl with a class reference to what's going to be instantiated. Let's go into our listener and let's write. Okay, there's a few ways we could do this, obviously. I'm trying to do it in a way that's the most expressive and not just banging it out. Let me define a little bit more. So in our listener, we need to be able to construct a story generator. So let's give a mechanism for that, which is going to be our builder method. So I'm going to go public static generator, and I'm going to go return this new, watch this, this dot class or this. So now what's happening is if we call story generator impl dot generate, it's going to create a new instance of whatever saved to this class or of itself. And what that's going to do is now we have a means of instantiating a story generator. And because we've set the class reference to the mock, we got one more thing to do, is we need mock.instance to actually set to something. So watch this. If I go to mock story generator and I go public constructor, and then I go mock story generator.instance equals this. So now when a mock story generator is instantiated, because we're calling the generator builder method, and it's got a reference to the mock stored in its public static class property, the instance static property of the mock will be set to itself. So if we were to instantiate two of them, we'd erase the next one, right? So this is only going to work for one, but we only need one story generator in this listener. So now I believe we have everything we need for step 1 of this. So we have story generate story.listener. And oh, well, actually, we don't exactly yet because this needs to be pulled out of here. I'm going to move the types to the bottom, but like, I don't want to import this class from the listener. In the listener, I don't want to import this class from the test. Like, this needs to be in its own file. So I'm going to Control-Shift-R, go move to new file. That worked. Sometimes it doesn't. And here we have the file story generator impl. I'm actually going to remove impl from it because that's implementation detail. And I'm going to just move it to root the source directory for now, the top level source directory. And then we're going to come back around again and refactor at the end of this chapter. Now, the last thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on story generator impl and I'm going to export as default. So now what this is telling me is the story generator is a file that has a class defined in it because it's capitalized. And our convention is to export as default the one most important responsibility of the file, which is the story generator impl. Now, impl is implementation details, so I'm not putting it in the file name. You can see here, though, I'm also exporting the types, but those are secondary. So now I should be able to go to generate here, and I should be able to go const generator equals story generator impl dot generator. And that's it. Actually, I didn't even need to say anything. That's going to construct one. Look at that. So let's just talk through what just happened. So inside of generate story in the test, we in our story generator impl, we added a builder method. The builder method constructs a new object that is either whatever is set to this class reference, which here is a constructor type, or if that's not set, new this. So what's going to happen in production code is it's just going to instantiate itself, which is going to be mad at us because we have yet to write the test for that. But then we used our mock story generator to override the class that's going to be instantiated. Now, what you could do is maybe you could do something like this and default it to itself and not make this required. I don't know. You could go either way. I would look at it and know what you were doing. I might ask why you did the extra effort. And maybe the case is so you don't do the null coalescing assertion, non-nullish coalescing operator here, but okay. Then we emit the generate story event. So if we go to generate story listener, then that's calling the story generator impl.generate. So that's the builder method. If we were to, what if we do want to debug and let's just step through this? Let's do this. Let's go here. Debug, debug, debug. And then let's go to this listener and let's go debug. So now I'm going to go back to the test, hit Command Shift D. We have test files already set. So I'm going to hit Command B. Whoops, Command B, and then Command U. And Command B again to hide it. And this is if you installed the shortcuts that came in the documentation. All right. So we got a lot of breakpoints in there. Let's keep going. There we go. So generate story. Let's step in. And then if we hover over this, new class is not defined. So this must be the first test. So let's go again. Now we're in the second test, which is calls generate on story generator. So then we go over here, we jump in. Now this dot class is set to a mock story generator. So if we go into this, now it's constructing the new one, setting itself to its static instance reference so we can access it. And let's get out of that. And now instance is set to an instance, a mock story generator. And we hit play and we pass. So let me kill that. Let me kill this. Now we're not done with this test though, right? We want to assert that generate, see, calls generate. So watch this. Because we're using a mock generator, my assumption would be that there are methods on this instance that start with assert. Like this. Assert generate was called. You know, coming back around to writing it the way I wished it worked. So it's like designing the API first. I'm going to hit Command Shift D. I'm going to clear all these breakpoints because there was a lot in there I'd forgotten about. Okay, I'm going to start here and go declare method. So let's make this assertion work. So I'm going to do it before the generate, and we'll do this. This was generated equals true. Let's do private was generated equals false. And then let's go assert dot is true. This dot was generated. You did not call generate on your story generator. So if we had used a spy, we could have had like public was generated and then set it to true and then gone this, spy story generator dot instance dot was generated and assert that equals true. But the reason why mocks are great is because imagine we're sharing this code and you want to use the story generator and you're like, how do I do it? And you're like, oh, all the assertions are built onto it. And it makes the test and the assertions so portable and nice. All right, so that being said, I do think assertion mocks are my favorite test double. When you get to leverage them, they're just the most helpful. But we did not call generate on our generators. Let's go generate, generator.generate. And it's going to be mad because we're not passing it its expected types, but we are calling it. And this test is just ensuring we're calling it. We're going to write another assertion to make sure it's past the expected options. But for now, let's do a little cleanup. Let's change this. So mock story generator dot instance. So we're not having this everywhere. Let's go to a method and let's call it mock generator. As per my preferred method, we're going to create an overridden getter. And then we're going to go to this dot mock generator. Yeah, look at that. All right. Now what I'm thinking is let's do this again. And let's assert that the payload is passed through, right? We want to just make sure the payload's passed through. And so it's something like assert options sent to generate or something like that. And then we need to be able to control what payload we're passing and then assert that they are deep equal. And then what? Well, let's worry about it when we get there. So let's do this. Test and static async passes payload to generate. Now I'm going to go ahead and move this up here to top, this where we're overriding the class that's going to get set. I'm going to do it after the before each, but before booting the skill. And that's because I'm expecting to do a refab. I'm kind of meta playing here. I'm expecting to, do you know what? I'm not going to play ahead. I expect we're going to move the construction of this thing out of the listener and into a did boot. So in here somewhere, we'll create the generator, add it to the skills context, and so it's available in all the listeners, not having to recreate it each time. In which case, this is going to fire too late. But that's going to be kind of the fun, I think, is we're going to get to have it fail and understand why. Okay, I jumped way too far ahead. Let's get into passes payload to generate. So the first thing we need to do is go const payload. Now, this is essentially tightly coupled to the story generator generate options. And this is going to be current challenge, generate ID, family members, generate ID, and story elements, generate ID. That's going to be a super hard one to fake. We'll go await this dot emit generate story, and let's pass it payload. And then in here, let's go payload, make it optional, and we'll go story generator options. And then let's just do something like this, right? Payload or fall back to whatever that default was. Now, let's go this dot mock generator dot assert options passed to generate payload. You're not wrong. It's going to get mad. It's not a function. So let's go command period, declare it. I'm going to put it below the one we just did. So VS Code really likes to declare things at the very top. It just seems like if they were going to pick something arbitrarily, it would have been bottom, because it's like usually things like to go to the bottom. I don't know. That being said, let's go expected. Let me change this to story generator generate options. That being said, with mocks, I like to put the assertions next to whatever method is required for to be invoked for the assertion to pass. Okay, so that's not going to work. So let's do this. This dot generate options equals options. Right? Oh, I had that underscored, but now we're using it. I should be able to declare. It should type that. Oh, it's really expanding that out. Generate story options. Generate options. Story generator. There it was. Okay. And then I'm going to go assert dot is equal. Wait, is equal deep. There it is. The actual is this dot generate options. The expected. And then let's give a little message. You did not pass the expected options to generate. Okay. If you're paying attention, you're going to see a thing that we're going to be able to change in this mock to simplify it. Oh, but let's make it pass and then let's go refactor. Here we go. And at this point, I think we're just going to pass the payload in. I mean, how do we fake this? There's so many random, every string in here is an ID is randomly generated. So let's go const payload, destructure that off the event, and let's just pass it to generate. Now remember, because these types are tightly coupled, if any of these signatures change, we're not having to go to the listener and remap things or change things. The signature of the event match it is tightly coupled to say it the other way around. The type of options in the generate is tightly coupled. In fact, specifically equal to the payload. And so again, if the payload changes, the types will update, it'll flow all the way through, and then all we're going to have to do is make adjustments in the story generator, not the listener, the event. Like we don't have to chase down this change. It'll cascade down for us, and we just have to worry about the implementation. Okay. Is that it? Yes. Let's go refactor. Pretty easy. We don't need to be setting two things here. We can get rid of was generated, and we can go assert is truthy, generate options. We get the exact same effect. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. All right, now I think the last thing on the success path is let's make sure after we emit generate story that did generate story is emitted. Let's go test static async emits did generate story on success, and let's go await this dot event faker dot fake did generate story. Let's do our usual was hit check. False. Started as false. That would make for a very bad false positive. There we go. Fake did generate is not a function. So let's go make it one. Declare method. Public async fake did generate. It's optional. Let's go await event faker dot on 8-bit stories. Now this event doesn't exist yet. Did generate story. And let's just call it here, eh? So all we're looking is that the event's emitted. You know what I'm thinking is we're probably going to want to generate a story, save a record, and then in did generate story, have the story's ID passed with it so we can load it on the read view. But let's just pretend we didn't think ahead there and just get to it here. We'll get to it. There's no escaping. Emit generate story, no payload. Assert dot is true. Was hit. No, it's gonna be false for sure. Maybe we give a little. You did not emit did generate story on success. Okay, let's go to generate story dot listener. And let's destructure the client. Let's go await client dot emit and flatten 8-bit stories did generate story. Right. Now we are going to hit a major cascade of fail, I believe.
Yeah, look at that. The event 8-bit stories that degenerate story was not found. That means it's time to create it. So let's just create it real quick. Let's just make it empty to start, and we'll define it and design the signature later or soon. And later made it sound like maybe far into the future, but I'm thinking in the next few minutes. So create.event. Readable name did generate story. Event name is kebab case. That looks good. Camel case looks good. Using the same version that we've been using the whole time, which you can see from this date. I think right now it's November 5th, so we're almost a month into this tutorial recording, which is more of just a indication of our capacity than it is how much this will take. Because when you're moving, this skill takes a day or two, which is not too bad considering all the features we're going to get. All right, let's go design some signatures here. Let's go events, because that's the default place where they generate. Did generate story. Say no payload. Target. We want to emit to the person who generated the event. So let's go person ID. And person ID, just like location ID or organization ID, these are reserved keys for a target. So by putting person ID in here, we're ensuring that Mercury, when it tries to emit the event, distribute it out, is going to try to emit to this person's phone or connected client. So it's actually going to go to this person, which is going to make for a really cool UI. Updates is required true. Do it. Now that we're in here, actually, let's just keep doing this true. Now, all these other events we've been defining, and the client, that is the phone or the person on the end, has been emitting. This is the first time where the person is actually doing the listening. And so normally we would set emit permissions, but by default, a skill can emit and listen to its own events. What we want to do here is set listen permissions. So who can listen to this event? And let's see, build permission reference. Do we have? Can generate story. That's the perfect permission, I think. We do not need, oh, look at that, get out of there. We do not need a new permission. If you can generate a story, you have to be able to emit generate, and you have to be able to listen to did generate or did fail to generate. And let's look at the response. Nothing. No, we're not looking for a response back. So while we're here, let's do one more thing. Let's in the payload pass the story ID. So we're going to emit to the person that the story generated. We're going to pass them the story ID. And then we're going to redirect to like a read story view. And we're going to pass that story ID in the arguments to load on the other side. And we'll check if we'll do whatever permission checks we want after that. But let's start with this. The field is, I just said it. The field is story ID. Its type is ID and is required true. Okay, I am going to sync.events. And then let's just go fix things that we see because we're missing a lot here. So generate story listener looks like it's overall really mad at us that we are not listening to did generate. So we're trying to get the generate story listener, and inside of that, it's emitting. See that passed? That it emits. Oh, now it failed because I think the signature changed. So let's just deal with these errors one at a time. 8-bit stories did generate story must be handled locally. So let's handle it locally. Let's go to the before each and go await this dot event faker dot fake did generate story. Cool. So that's gonna just kind of, well, it won't because our signature is wrong, right? Look, did generate story emit target payload has two errors. Target is required, payload is required. Let's do gen.listener. And let's go target is required, payload is required. You can get out ahead of me. You know what these things are going to be, right? So you don't have to wait for me to get it. Target.person ID, payload.story ID. So let's go person ID, Java, and payload ID as story ID, payload story ID. Bam, okay. So that's at least going to get us back to passing. Yeah, Okay, so now let's just start with making sure the person ID is correct. So jumping back into generate story listener, into fake did generate story. I'm going to command click on that, and I'm going to, in the type definition for the callback argument for the function literal that is invoked as part of the listener, and then the actual invocation of the callback, I'm going to pass target and payload. And then I'm just going to type this one, Spruce schemas, 8-bit version did generate target and payload. So then let's type alias that. Let's go method did generate target and payload. Let's go export. Okay. So now that we've got the typing in there, save. I want to do this. Start with a target. Past target equals did generate target payload, but I just want the target. Now you could, if you wanted, not get the target out of here, but do the whole like target payload all at once. I like breaking it up into steps because it really does make it easier to read. But you could say past target and payload. Or if you wanted, you could keep the was it hit in here and go assert and assert your target equals what you expect right here. You don't have to do it this way. But this way is kind of emerged as a convention in the platform, but do not have to do it this way. I would say just do it in a way where nobody is surprised, future you especially. So let's do assert.is equal deep, and we want to take the past target, and we want to go this dot faked person dot id. So if you recall, when we run fake login, it logs us in as a person and sets us to faked person. So here we go. Actual would need the following changes to match. It needs to be that string. So how do we get the person who emitted the event off the source? And then we're going to go const person ID equals source. Now person ID is not is optional in source, because if a skill emits this event, skill ID will be set. If a person emits this event, person ID is set. If an anonymous, so someone uses the Mercury client and connects but does not log in as a skill nor a person, neither will be set. But we change the permissions here to require it to be a person. So if we go to 8-bit stories just one more time, we go to can generate story, you have to be logged in. So now technically someone could go in and reconfigure the permissions. That would make it so this is anonymous. This person ID would not be set. This thing would throw person ID is required. Could happen. We're not going to worry about that here. And if I would say if it ever does happen, or you find that people are really changing the permissions and reconfiguring them and you're running those issues, then maybe write a test in here that if a person ID is null or falsy, throw an error that says you've got to be a person to generate a story. Maybe you don't. Maybe you had to be a skill. Anyway, so story ID, last bit. How do we do this? First thing I'm going to do though, so I'm going to get rid of this was hit, because the is equal deep cannot pass if it was not hit. And let's make this breathe a little bit. Okay, so how do we do story ID? Well, rather than thinking too much about it, I'm going to do this. Let past payload equals did generate target and payload. I'm going to sub payload or undefined. I'm going to destructure payload out of the callback, and I'll go past payload equals payload. And then I'm going to go assert.is equal deep past payload. Okay. And this is story ID. Then how do we test this? Because if you think about it, what we want to do is we want whatever is returned from the story generator. The story generator is going to generate a story. It should return the story ID. So let's first write the test the way we want it to work. And I'm thinking we have a few options. We can use the mock story generator and enhance it to give us the ability to set a story ID or to get a story ID. We could create a new mock. or sorry, a new test double, one that's called like, maybe we create a spy and do that here too. We have lots of options. How about for now we reuse the mock? And so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go this dot mock generator dot get generated story ID. So you could make the case, okay, this is starting to act a little bit like a spy. Should we create a new test double? The answer to that is up to you. I think for now I'm not going to. Here's what I'm gonna do for now. I'm gonna put this there. I'm gonna go private story ID equals generate ID. And then I'm gonna go return this dot story ID, not as a function. And then inside of generate, I'm gonna go return this dot story ID. Now, that's still not gonna work though, because at least now we got an ID. So let's go to the generate story listener and let's just make it work. And then let's fix the types. So we're returning something from generate. So we're gonna go const story ID and look at that. Now in order to actually do this correctly, we need to switch this around. See, I guess if you were paying attention, you might have thought, wait, aren't you emitting that too soon? The answer was, yes, I was. So the typing's gonna be mad, but it's working. That makes a lot of sense. Let me command click on story generator. Let's change this to a string. And then look at that's mad. I'm gonna remove this typing. We do not need it. And then I'm gonna hit command. Oh, yep, that's still mad. So let's do this. Just return an empty string. I'm gonna fix all the typing. Mock, see, it's gonna say generate is not, you see, types returned by generator are incompatible. That makes a lot of sense. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of promise void, because if I hover over this, it's gonna say the return types void and string are not compatible. That is correct. And we just fixed all the types. So if we go generate.listener, we're constructing a story generator. We are generating a story, and we are on success emitting did generate story. So now let's handle the did fail to generate story, and let's emit that if the generator throws. So watch this. Generate story listener, and let's go test protected static async. Emits did fail to generate on fail. Now let's do a new test double, because I don't want to just keep adding to this and having it be a spy, a mock, and a throwing. So let's watch this. Let's create a new test double here. Let's scroll down. Don't lose me now. All right, class. Throwing story generator implements story generator. This is going to be mad at us because we have not implemented the interface. That is fine. We do not care about options because we're going to go assert.fail, failed to generate. And then we'll return an empty string just to make the types happy. Look at that. This is gonna crash hard. So let's go story generator impl dot class equals throwing. Let's emit. And honestly, I don't want this to throw. It's gonna throw. It's not gonna fall and throw. So I don't want this to throw. Like, look at that error in local listener. It's just like crashed the whole listener. Maybe we want that to throw. Maybe, but I don't. For right now, I'd rather the listener, like the story generating failing to generate is like one of the two handled outcomes of this, and so I don't want it to throw an issue in the listener. I just want to be able to log that something happened and emit a did fail to generate. So how do we do that? Let's just start with a try catch. And then if you think about it, in order for all this to work, because this all requires essentially the same scope, we have to do that. So now we're passing. So while I'm thinking about it, let's log the fail. Watch this. So let's destructure log. Let's get the error. Let's type any. And let's go log.error. Failed to generate story. Let's pass the error. Just variadic, take as many parameters as we want. So I guess maybe I'm expecting to see this log, and the Rusio says nothing to report in the bottom right. It might say failed to generate. No, okay, it's suppressed in our tests. Cool, because it can get messy. So log has an error. So in the documentation, if you look up how to set a log transport, you can actually set it to like create a transport. So what essentially that is a callback function that's invoked whenever logs are written. And then there's a version of that you can write to a Slack channel. So we can just have a Slack channel writing our errors or warnings or logs or infos. Okay, now here's what we want to do. We want to go here, await this .event faker.fake did fail to generate story. And we just want to make sure that this was hit to start. What's hit? It's true. Let was hit equals false. Okay, we know this is going to get mad because fake did fail to generate doesn't exist. So let's do it. Declare method. Public async. Let's make the callback optional. Let's go await event faker dot on 8 generate. And let's do this. Did fail to generate. And then let's go call our callback. That is going to be mad because that event doesn't exist, but this should not change the test because now we want to go assert.isTrue was hit, did not emit, did fail to generate. There it is. Did not emit, did fail to generate. Okay, so let's just try this. Let's go await client dot emit and flatten 8-bit stories. Let's go did fail to generate story. The event 8-bit stories did fail to generate was not found. So you might rightly be asking, but like, wait, we don't want it to run every test. We just want to run in the one. And so if we were to put it in the right spot, it would actually only fail the one that we want it to fail. So you can move it right now. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna address the issue in front of us until the issue in front of us is make it only run in the catch block. So here we go. Create.event. Did fail to generate. Let's make this version. And let's go design the signature. So we're going to go events did fail to generate. Emit payload. Nothing. We don't have a story. A story was never generated. Maybe we could like pass back the error message. You know, maybe. I don't know. That'd be kind of nice though, I guess. Push. I was just going to have it output like your story failed to generate. Please try again. We could just actually return the error that happened though. Should we do that? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this. Ready? Error message type text is required true. Yeah, that was unexpected. I did not expect to do that. The target, so we're gonna go person ID, type ID is required true. Event options, it's global, right? Because we're not scoped to a location or an organization. And same thing as the last did reactive event, the did generate story is the client, the front end, the person on the front end with the phone in their hand or the tablet or on their computer is not emitting this event, but listening. So we're going to go listen permissions, build, permission reference, 8-bit, and we're going to go can generate story. Same thing. Now, the last thing, response payload. We are not going to, there's no expected response to this. So now sync.events. Let's get back to our test reporter. Oh, In my test, I said did fail to generate story, but in my event, I defined it as did fail to generate. I bet you were watching that going, what are you doing? All right, let's do it right. Let's do it right. Readable name. Did fail to generate story. Let's just go with what we wrote in our test. And I'm just going to recreate this. So the target is the person. No, this is payload. Error message. Type text is required. True. Let's do emit target. It is the person ID. Whoops. Type is ID is required. True. Let's go to event. This is global. We're not scope to location organization. We're going to go listen permissions, build permission reference. Can generate. And then response, we're not going to do anything. And then I'm going to get rid of the did fail to generate. So I should be able to click that directory and hit command delete, right? Yes, move to trash. Now, here we go. Sync.events. Get rid of this. We're still watching here. We're still watching. What's this node? Nope, done. Wait a second. Overwrite. It looks like I didn't save that. Let's run sync events again. Yeah, it looks like I didn't save it. And it was probably linted underneath me and then not saved. So let's go to test reporter, because now I believe we're going to get a payload and target payload required. Right? Well, maybe not though, because okay, let's just go. Now we're to the point where we either oh yeah, no, this is right. So it's saying we got to set up a listener or set a faker, but like I don't want to do either of those things. I want to only do it in the test that has the listener faked. So now everything should pass, right? No, look, did fail to generate emit target payload, has 2 errors. Targets required, payloads required. Nice. Target payload. Again, you know what these are. You can just go out ahead of me here. I'm just going to let it keep going step by step. Person ID. And error message. So this is great. Let's go to here. Let's get our target and payload out of this. So we're going to do the past target, past payload, just like we've been doing. Let's go to callback. Let's go to the callback type, the callback being invoked, and the listener handler being invoked. Let's go target and payload. And then I'm going to type this part of it, 8-bit, there. Did fail target and payload. That fuzzy match makes all the difference. So type alias. Did fail target and payload. Yeah, definitely shortening that out. Move this down, export it. Sweet. Close. Let's do this. Past target equals did fail target and payload. Target. I mean, you should be on a roll by this point, right? There's so not anything original happening here, which is the point of this tutorial, is just like get these things muscle memory over and over and over again. Assert dot is equal deep. No, is equal. Wait, that was right. Deep. Past target. Person ID. This dot faked person dot ID. Okay, I'll give you. I'm gonna let that run and pass. No, it's gonna fail because I gotta go into listener and pass the right one. Give you a sec to catch up too. So while if you're still working, I'm gonna just take a sec to remove the was hit check because we don't need it because we're doing the assertion on the target. So the event has to be hit for the target to be hit. I know I've said it before, but that is an example of why you cannot look at a test and know how a thing was built. That passed payload, did fail target and payload. Let's make this the payload. Let's make it undefined. Destructure it from the callback handler, the listener. Payload, set it to, I like to do it after the target. Doesn't matter, obviously. Okay, how do we do this? Cert.is equal deep, passed payload, error message. All right, how do we do this? Here's what I'm thinking. We have a throwing story generator. So let's go throwing story generator dot error message. That's going to be mad because we do not have a static property on that. So let's go here, declare, and we'll go public static error message equals generate ID. Oops, not a typed generate ID, equals generate ID, which will be a string. And then we're going to go throw new error cheapers. And we're just going to pass it throwing story generator dot error message. Now we can get rid of that because we're not doing assert.fail. So to throw, TypeScript knows that like you're not going to continue executing this function, this method. So the type's not failing, that we're not returning a string. But this is failing, and that makes a lot of sense. So let's go to generate.listener, and let's go here, err.message. And then maybe you could test this, you don't have to test this, but let's just go failed to generate story as a fallback. You can test and make sure if no message is in an error. I don't know. You can tell how passionate I am about getting down to this level. It's just never bit me before. Okay, so let's start on adding the listeners in the front end. Okay, let's go ahead and handle the success and fail scenarios on the generate skill view. So let's start with the fail, because that's when we're going to get to actually see. So let's go test, protected static async, emitting did fail, disables busy on controls. If you think about it, that's all we really want to do, right? So let's do this. I kind of want this all to be like one thing, which is load, configure story, and click write. So go load, configure story, and click write. So await this dot load, configure story, and click write. Now the card is busy, so emitting did fail. Let's do, how about this? Renders alert. Let's start there. So how do we do this? Well, we want to emit the did fail and assert that admitting it renders the alert. So can we do that? Let's go await vc assert renders alert on this .vc, and the action is this .fake client .emit and flatten did fail to generate. And that's going to actually get mad at us and say we were interrupted. Look, awaited alert to be called, but I was interrupted by this error. Did fail to generate must be handled locally. Well, in this case, we want to handle it in our skill view. For the first time, we're doing a listener here. We're not going to do it in the constructor. Adding a listener is an async operation because what happens when you call .on is it actually registers your listener with Mercury. So there is some work to be done when you add a listener. So let's go to load. Let's go after all of this. Let's just go like this. Await this dot. No. Await client dot on did fail to generate. And let's not do anything. Let's just empty function it for now. Look, this alert was expected to be called, but it wasn't. Did fail to generate story emit target and payload as 2 errors. Target required, payload required. So that's down in here. So target, which is the person ID. Let's just randomize that, and payload just the error message, and let's randomize that. So we don't have to put in the proper person ID here because the targeting system is not enabled in tests. All right, so now it's down to didn't render an error. So what do you think? Should we just do it right in this callback for right now? I guess we'll just maybe refactor in a minute. Wait, this dot alert failed. Wait, message failed to generate. But we want to pass the error message from the payload. Do we test this? Do we not test this? I'm actually not gonna. I'm gonna destructure payload. And then out of that, I'm gonna destructure error message because I believe that's what we called it. Right? And I think that this is a string. This is like not even, yeah, error message is of type string. Like we don't need to even have a fallback option. I mean, we could have tested that. You know, maybe given, let's just write the test just so we can, just so we can. So we want to make sure that the alert renders the error message passed here. So from assert renders alert, we actually get an alert view controller back. So let's do this, const alert VC. Now watch this. Alert dot VC, whoops, alert VC dot alert options dot message. Assert dot is equal. And we're going to say error message. But we don't have that yet because we have to extract it out of here. Error message. So now our test is, let's do this. You didn't pass the error from the event to your alert. That's pretty easy, right? Let's just hide, get is visible, get should to show close button, wait, render. Okay. Let's go, actually, maybe I can just like undo what I didn't hear. Yeah, look, I don't know. And then let's set error message there. Okay. Let's reload the listen, watch views. So let's go watch views and let's just go test and let's just submit a story and watch it alert. It should alert, right? What'll be interesting is what do you think? Uh-oh. Let's try this again. Watch, it wasn't done building. Watch views. It's got to at least map enough to boot the skill. What's it saying? Still building? Come on, UTM. Man, we just did like an hour recording with like no slowdown. Okay, minimal slowdown. Everything's about half speed. Save. Everything's about half speed in this virtual machine while recording video and screen. Okay, to fail to generate. Okay, sync.events. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, so remember when I named the event wrong and I forgot story? Do you see how it's saying could not find did fail to generate emit target? We want did fail to generate story emit target. So I deleted it from the source, but the way that the TypeScript transpiler works is if you delete a file from the source, it does not delete it from the build, and all the Spruce stuff works from the build directory. So it's just running native JavaScript. There's no interpretation or transpilation in real time happening. So what that means is I should be able to go to events, and here is the bad one. So I have some options. In this case, what I usually prefer to do is run yarn clean.build. That's just going to go remove the build directory. And now that that's happened, we should just be able to hit save anywhere in here. And build's going to come right back. Yarn clean.build. There, it's gone. So let's make sure we don't have this event we no longer want. Did fail generate story, to generate story. Okay, so let's go sync.events again. Shouldn't have to do that, actually. Let's see. Yeah, it's a big... I have a few gripes, not many. One of them is the fact that deleted source files do not delete built files. And so you can end up chasing your tail on this stuff where it's like, had I not read that top line of the stack and realized the word story was missing, you know what I mean? Like, we never would have seen it. There it is. Passing. Cool. So let's go watch.views. Still not built yet. Watch.views. Saying cannot find module 8-bit stories build index. Build. Oh, it's only the types file. Okay, so here's what happened. It's only incrementally building. Gosh, it's been so long since I've played with any of these tools at this step. So because it's incrementally building, I bet you there's only types in here. Yeah, look. But I bet you the file that I'm changing here, which is source skill view controllers, even that's not it. All right, so here's what I would do now is I'm going to kill everything. I'm going to go yarn clean.build. That's going to delete just rmrf build. Command Shift R reload window. Now this is going to not incrementally build, but in fact build from the top. So let's see. I'm assuming that's what it's going to do. Starting compilation in watch mode. I would expect it to not find anything. There's build. There it is. So the watch build that's up here, this watch task, is only incrementally building. I deleted the whole build directory and I thought it would do some detection and build all the missing files. It does not do that. And this is all TSC TypeScript watch stuff. So I just forget how it works, having not used it for a long time. Okay, are we watching views now? Watch.views, now that every file is built. Connection Mercury successful, waiting for events, but we're still there. We're just watching for views. Let's go to test reporter. Let's go over here. A refresh. So now it's going to happen pretty fast, right, story? Let's see. Let's take a look at what happened. If we go to finished 8-bit stories generate. Let me refresh again. Dinosaurs, brother, right. What is happening? Let's check the console. So was it Command Option I? Console, we got nothing. Let's give it another shot, refresh. My thought is this is taking a little bit to register the views. Right, story. All right. Finished 8-bit story set generate story. It's not failing. It's not failing. Whoops, let's watch views again. I thought that it was going to fail for some reason. It's not failing. It's here, look at this. Story generator impl just returns an empty string. It's not failing. Like, so let's do the success scenario, which this is going to be a little bit more difficult because we don't have a story IG being generated. Let's just see what happens. All right, emitting did fail renders alert. Let's do this though. Watch this. Now, if you are familiar with this type of event-based development, you'll recognize that this load is called in our skill views lifecycle. It sets this listener. But what happens if we navigate away and then this emits? I'll tell you what's going to happen is this is going to retain a reference. This generate skill view is never going to get cleaned up. And then if it does fail, it's going to emit an alert for every time this listener was set. We only want it to set once. So we need to write a test that ensures if we navigate away and then this event is emitted, it doesn't render an alert. So watch. You go public static async does not render alert on fail after blur. So let's take load, configure story, and click write. Then let's go await this dot event faker. No. Yeah, wait. Let's navigate away. Await interactor. I believe we have something in here called blur, and we're going to pass it the view controller. So what this is going to do is effectively simulate that someone clicked away and the skill view was blurred, and it's going to call will blur, and there, look at that. You focused a view controller that has no focus handlers in place. Try adding, well, okay, that's a bad. I should say you blurred a. Taha, can you just make a note to change focused to blurred in the blur interactor? Okay, so bad error message, and we'll go fix that one. But for now, let's implement will blur or did blur. It doesn't really matter. Let's do will blur. So before it navigates away, it's going to clear the listener. Public will blur. And do you know what I just realized is will blur sounds like Wilbur. Isn't Wilbur an animal? Bear? Something from story time. Wilbert? I don't know. All right, so now we're blurring. So now let's do this. Await. Let's just do it here. Method emit. Whoops. Emit did fail to generate. And I'm going to make error message optional and then fall back. Hey Siri, stop please. So I'm going to make error message optional. Oh, and then I'm just going to fall back to a randomly generated one because I only care error message. I only care about the error message in that one test for this one's assertion. So just falling back to that's fine. So let's move this down below our last test. Tests, again, I like the helper methods down below because you really just care about the tests. All right, here we go. Ready for this? Let's go await this dot emit did fail to generate. And it should not render an alert. Look at that. Skill view unexpectedly rendered an alert. Not good, my dudes. Not good. So what do? We need to call off. So let's make will blur async and let's go const client equals await connect to API. And then let's go await client dot off. Did fail. Okay. I expect that to work. And in fact, maybe even say you need to fake a listener. Yeah, look at that. Listeners must be handled locally. You have two options. So what do? Well, we can fake the listener and but that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work because I believe, well, let's see. Let's just try to fake the listener. So let's go wait this dot event faker dot fake did fail to generate. Yeah, so it failed because dot off clears all listeners, not just the ones you've set. This dot off clears everything. So it even cleared the one from our event faker. But we don't want to do that. We only want to clear the listener that we've set up. So there's a second argument to off, and that is the callback function. So watch this. I'm going to extract this and go this dot handle did fail to generate. And I'm going to go private did fail to generate equals, and then call it handle did fail to generate. I think that's right. Yep. Okay. And then I'm going to pass it here. Fair question. Well, let's just make sure this works, and then let me answer what I think is probably a pretty fair question. Past. Fair question. Why did I do this as an arrow function? Well, here's why. If I had done it like this, watch, let me just show you. Guess what? Uh-oh, async this. Guess what? I expect it's still going to render the alert. But the question is, why? Look at that. I was interrupted. Look, skill view 8-bit stories generate unexpectedly rendered an alert. Why? Why did that happen? Well, because .bind actually returns a bound reference to the method, not a reference to the method itself. It's a new reference. So when I'm calling off and I'm passing it this, it is not equal to the returned the results of .bind. So if I were to even do this, these are still two different references. Every time you call it .bind, you're getting a new reference bound with the scope bound to that reference. So if I wanted this to work and not to use an arrow function, I'd have to do this. I have to do that. And I'm essentially overriding the method with a reference to a new method, which I've essentially not even a reference at this point, right? It's like a full-on new method definition declaration, but bound to this. So I could do it that way. Could totally do it that way. I'm going to leave it in, but in this case, like an arrow function, because an arrow function automatically binds the function to the class in which it is being defined. You don't have to bind it. It's already bound. It binds for you. Okay. Anyway, let's do this. Did fail to generate. So let's go spruce schemas dot 8-bit stories dot v this dot did fail to generate payload. No, it's going to be target and payload. Target and payload. Right? Yeah, cool. So now that's typed as a did fail generate target payload. This should be typed as a string. Okay. Now we've done the listen, and on blur, we've gone ahead and turned it off. Sweet. Sweet, 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 right? Okay, so now let's go and let's say test did static async redirects to right view on did generate. So let's go await this dot load configure story and click right. I have a feeling, no, I'm wrong. Let's just sit here for a sec. Now let's make sure it redirects, but we need it to redirect with the story ID. So we're finally going to get to use the args param of the router's redirect to be able to pass arguments through the query string, through the URL, which is going to make the link shareable, which in 8-bit stories I made, since the ID is pretty much unguessable, it's an MD5, there's no way you could guess one. I opened up that page to anybody who's logged in. I don't do a check of who generated the story, and then I can share that link with the girls' grandparents, and then they can read the story. Because it's like a deep linkable, because the arguments are in the query string. But I'm ahead of myself. Let's do this. Wait, vc assert redirects. Let's go action. This dot, no. What are we doing? This dot faked client dot emit and flatten did generate story. Let's just keep going on this. Destination ID should be 8-bit stories dot generate. Args, finally we get to do this, is story ID. How do we get the story ID? We're going to figure that out in a second. And then what's next? I believe it's just router. No, I'm still in destination. Router. This dot views dot get router. Get router. Okay. That's going to fail for a few reasons. Firstly, it's going to say story ID is undefined. That's what it should say. Story ID is not defined. Perfect. So let's do this. Const story ID equals generate ID. Now I believe we're going to get the did not set a listener. Yep, must be handled locally. So let's do this. Client.on 8-bit did generate, and just empty callback for now. Targets required, payloads required. So going back into the test. Again, you guys know this. You can skip ahead and just start filling this out correctly. Don't get too far out ahead, because sometimes you'll end up writing a test that doesn't work because you get too far out ahead and then forget to assert along the way. Watch this. Payload, story ID. And now we're using this story ID reference. Let's make this breathe a little bit. Cool. I expected to be redirected, but was not. So, yeah, look, so we have this dot router in here already set. So let's do this. Let's make it async. Await this dot router dot redirect 8-bit stories dot read. Right? Is that what we called it? That should be mad because we haven't generated that skill view yet. Totally fine. I'm cool with that. Expected redirect to generate, but was redirected to read. So what did I do in here? Dudes. It's gotta kill you to watch me like mistype this stuff and just watch me. Luckily, I'm finding out because the test fails and not because I'm having to refresh a page 1,000 times or rerun some things. The tests always tell me how bad I am at coding. All right, look at that. The actual need to change to match the expected. Undefined would have to become story ID. Okay, so if we go to story SVG and we go, so here's args, story ID equals, let's start there. And I believe story ID is in the payload, right? The target is me, the person ID, but the payload, story ID equals payload, right? So dot story ID, yeah. And let's just click that. It's gonna do it. I couldn't find a view controller called 8-bit stories.read. Try one of the following. Fine. Control space, restart this. Let's go create dot view. I want this to pass. We're gonna create a new skill view. We're just gonna call it read. And that should do it. I mean, that type issue should go away. Right on. Before we test, let's do one more thing. Let's do two more things. First, let's make sure that after we blur, after we navigate away, we cannot be redirected again. Like, that would be not awesome. So let's do that. Then let's just put a little hello world card on the read, and then let's go test so we can at least see something we're loading. Test. Static async does not redirect to right if navigated away. So I'm going to take this, extract it method, emit did generate story. I am going to make story ID optional. We're not going to define any return type. That is not helpful there. And we'll go story ID or generate ID. So there is a version of this where I could go equals generate ID and up here, but then that sets it. Does that set it just once and during the declaration, or will this be a random ID every time? Or is the generate ID snapshotted? You know, I don't know exactly. Okay. What are we doing? We're emitting this. We're blurring first. So we're going to go await this dot load, configure, and click write story. Then we're going to go this method blur VC. Let's move this down. Well, that's a nice. Await this dot blur VC, and then await this dot emit did generate story, and we do not want to be redirected. You were unexpectedly redirected to 8bitstories.read. Correct, we were. So I guess for consistency, let's go with this binding approach and overriding the method reference in the constructor. Again, if you want to do like an arrow function for this, that's what I would do in most cases. Handle did generate equals this dot handle did generate dot bind. Wow, it wanted to cool. Let's go load. Let's do this. Private async handle did generate. Let's destructure payload again. Let's type it as spruce schemas dot 8bit stories dot v dot. What is it? Did generate story target and payload. And then I clearly messed that up. Let's take this, put it here. Let's take this handle did generate. So I'm kind of hoping I didn't introduce anything else here to break this, like I clearly did there. Cool, same thing, unexpectedly redirected. So let's go to will blur. Let's go wait client.off. 8bit did generate. This dot handle did generate. There. Now we can't have this. You were unexpected. What? Oh, I did the did fail. Did you see that? Handle did generate. Again, I fat finger enough here. Okay. We cleared the listener, so there's no more listeners. So we got to do what we did above here, and we got to go await this dot event faker dot fake did generate. So that's just gonna be the second catch. So if you remember, when we fake using this event faker module from the test fixtures module, this event fixture utility from the Spruce test fixtures module, it'll clear out all listeners. But when we use a test client, which right here is going to be typed as a Mercury client, and we do dot on, it does not clear out all listeners. So only does the event faker clear out all listeners. In other words, if we were to go put this here, it would clear out the one in our skill view and still pass. So that's why we want to check for it to fail first, and then this makes it pass. And then that was no change. All right, let me go control space watch.views. Building, registering, found local views, connection to Mercury, waiting for events. But we are still, there was bundled 8 skill views, watching for view changes. Go here, fresh. And, oh yeah, I said we were gonna add, let's just try. There. Not awesome though, because in generate, no, in read, let's just go public get title, return reading your story. I said we were going to do a card, but I don't know. Let's just do a title. So a skill view can have a title and a subtitle. It's going to render like a little card looking piece. Yeah, now watch this. Escape that. That's going to inverse the quoting because of our nice linter. None of this should fail, but I also do not want to test this because I'm just going to delete it. I just wanted to see. Yeah, look at that. Cool. Let's do some refactoring. Let's go refactor this bad boy, and then we will start on what? The actual story generator. All right, dudes, let's refactor. Okay, so let's scroll up to source and tests and behavioral just to start the discussion. So the way we want to arrange these things are focused on the feature functions, the behaviors, the pillars of your skill, not the tools. So I want to be able to, if I know that like something's broken with managing a family, I need to just be able to go into the family directory and see the stores, the views, the listeners, like all in one place. So we are essentially switching how you might have normally organized a project from like utilities, listeners, views, like everything geared around the what it is or like the type of tool that it is. I was going to do like a why, what, how thing here, but I don't know if I can on the fly. Well, we did a good job in our tests, right? We have tests, behavioral, we have family, we have the skill view and 2 listeners. We have feedback, we have the card, the test double, and the listener. For members, lots of stuff with members, right? We have all the listeners, create, delete, get, list, update. We have the skill view, and we have the spy, the test double. In stories, we have the generate skill view and the generate story listener. Well, we didn't keep up with our production code here. So if I go into view controllers, there's a view controller in here. If I go into skill views, there's a bunch in here. If I go into listeners, if I go into events, like by default, they generate in a folder that is indicative of what they are, but we don't want to keep it that way. And we want it to match what's in the test. So I'm going to create a new directory on the top level of source called stories. And I'm going to add the story elements card. Yep. And delete that view controllers directory. I'm going to add the generate because we're generating a story. I'm going to add read. Yeah, let's update these. And so now, having moved 3 view controllers, do you think VS Code updated all the imports accurately? So here's the generated views file. Do you think it worked? I don't think so. So I'm going to hit Control Space and go restart task, and I'm going to run sync.views. That's just going to ensure, see, there's problems. There should be problems. Moving these directories files around should not cause problems. What that means is that the VS Code's update references is only partially working. And that has been my experience, frankly, is that it almost never fully works. Okay, and no problems, right? That's an indicator. So now we've got our skill views into stories. Let's move our listeners. So a listener, the directory structure does matter. So we're going to have to create a directory called listeners, but then we drag 8-bit stories into that. Now that we've moved a listener, what do you think? Do you think VS Code updated that properly? So we should go to listeners.ts. So this is the generated file in source.spruce events listeners, and here are all the listeners. And it did look like it did it properly. That being said, I'm still going to sync listeners. I don't know. I obviously didn't need to. So there was no point in doing it because it all passed and everything. So I'm not going to defend that. I'm just being OCD. Now let's do events. So again, events and listeners do care that they're in a folder called events and or listeners. Skill views don't care. Stores don't care. I believe schemas care. Schemas do care, but I'm going to leave the schemas at the top level because they transcend features and functions. These are the source of truths for things used across the skill and in our event contracts, which then when someone adds our skill as a dependency and syncs event contracts, sync.events, they'll pull these schemas into their side and be able to effectively write tests interacting or interfacing with our skill. All right, I'm off the rails again. Let's create a new directory, call it events. And look at this, did fail to generate. Oh, I didn't even need to do that. I'm going to delete events and I'm just going to move events over into stories. Now events, now listeners are .ts flag, like listener.ts. This is production code. Events, however, are not production code. They are configuration. So .builders and .options are configuration files. They're used to generate the production code. So there's actually no reference I need to update. I don't need to run sync skills because it's not referenced anywhere. So just that's also why moving it didn't prompt me to like update references. So just to be safe, I can run sync events again. But again, because events are configuration, they're looked up during this command and there's no references to them. Doesn't matter where they are as long as they follow the structure of the folder name events, then the event name, then the version, then these particular components, payload, target, response. Now in the .spruce directory, they're all compiled down to directories named after their tools. So if I went Spruce, events, there's 8-bit stories, Heartwood, here's all the event contracts. So if I went to get family, you can see it's got the emit permissions there. It's got the response payload is global true. And essentially it's all being combined together. Schemas is where most of the action is. So if we go to schemas, 8-bit stories, fields, Heartwood view control, Spruce event utils. Let's go to 8-bit stories. Here's every schema. But we don't really play in here that often. That's why it's a dot Spruce. That's why it's kind of like the idea is hidden by default. Sweet. All right. Any other refactoring? Yes. Let's go to generate skill view. So one thing we did here with elements is we moved it out to its own card. But with family members, we didn't. It's just everything is in here. So this skill view is including types and imports, 306 lines of code. If we can move the current challenge and family members card, so right here, current challenge card, family members, if we can extract those out to their own view controllers and just not break the test, then this file will get a lot smaller and it'll be a nice, much better division of labor, like single responsibility. Question is, should we do it now? All right, let's refactor family members card VC. Let's extract it out of here, put it in its own card view controller, move the form over, drop in some callbacks. Let's do it without really breaking the tests. Let's see if we do it without breaking any of the tests. And then let's do the same thing for the current challenge. And let's see how many lines of code this comes down to. So we're at 306 now. And so you might be asking, well, like, we're not actually eliminating lines of code. We're just spreading them out across files. True. What you're going to find is when you get good at this folder structure, you get good at the principles that are driving this development and extracting and refactoring, that coming into a 100-line file is way less intimidating than coming into a 1,000-line file. And then when you get the hang of the way that these are all broken out, stories, here's all the VCs, and when you understand how it connects, you're actually able to navigate a lot faster. You're able to understand what's going on a lot faster, and you're not having to scroll down. You're just command clicking and jumping to files. And that it does take a little bit to get used to that. But once you do, you start to realize that if being used to jumping into a 1,000-line file is much, much more difficult than getting used to jumping into many files. I said that kind of wrong. They're the same as far as level of effort to get used to, but 1,000-line, 2,000, 3,000-line files you never get faster navigating them. So you end up spending a lot of time looking through these big files versus just jumping to the file that you were interested in. All right, gonna shut up. Let's do, which one we're gonna do first? Family members card. So I'm gonna go create.test. No, view. So we're not going to write any tests for this. We're just not going to break any. And let's go family member card. So name the controller, the last word to be the view model that you're creating, which is going to be a card. And let's go to card. And really, almost everything we're going to do is a card. Every now and then you'll do a form, like a form input and things, but even then you're not doing it this way. Anyway. Don't put view controller in the name. I think you've got all this. So view model is a card. There it went, family member card. So let's take family member card and let's take this. We do a hot swap. Hot swap. Okay, let's move it into stories. Yes. This is where family members card at the top level is ambiguous. So then you'd have to add it, generate story family members. It's like by putting it in the directory that is the feature function, that is the grouping, the logical grouping of behaviors, family member card in this context makes sense. All right, here we go. Bam. Card VC. This dot card VC equals this dot card VC. Oh, invoke it. Let's declare. Let's go private. Let's include that. And let's go this dot. We're using encapsulation, not, or composition, not inheritance or extension. obviously that's not going to fail. This is like a totally thing that's just like sitting out doing its own thing. It has nothing to do with us right now. Let's go get the family members form. So I'm going to copy this, bring it over here. Here's the family member form schema. Let's import this. So family member form schema, is that defined at the bottom of this? It is. Let's take this, cut it. Okay, if I were to save this file, we would break our tests. So I'm not going to save that file. Not until it is ready. Let's go add import. Now, things should be unused. Family members form is unused. Family members form is unused. Family member card is now 8-bit stories. No. Here. 8-bit stories, family member card. Maybe we call it the family member select card. But I do believe we are going to need some things here. Look, family member form schema. Well, this goes away. Now what? Handle, form, change forms. Okay. So, and then look at this. We need an is valid. So let's go here. Family members card VC. Let's go family members card view controller. This is going to tell us a bunch of stuff doesn't exist. Let's do family members get family members. So let's do this. Family members form family members card VC dot get family members. Or how about this? Get selected family members. That's more. Yeah, look at that. So we call this get selected element. Selected seemed like it's the right verb. Get selected, the whole verb. Versus just get. Okay, that doesn't exist. So let's go create it. Oh, let's get rid of this type. We're no longer a. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're having some major slowdowns thanks to VS Code. Let's go on change equals what this. This dot handle. Did I have a somewhere in here I did a handle form change, right? So all right, let's just keep going. We need a, oh boy, this is just dying. Okay, don't scroll. All right, here we go. Is valid. So let's go family member form card VC dot is valid. Perfect. Let's go this dot family member card VC dot set is busy. Okay. That, oh boy. So let's do this. What do I have on my clipboard right now? The schema is that. I'm going to hide the tests, split screen this way, and get a little bit more searchable. So we already have, let's import that. Let's do this. And let's drop this in. Let's go public. Let's import that. And then here, watch this. Is it async? It is not. This dot update family member field. I actually don't want to call it that. I want to call it set family members. Okay, set. Whoops. This dot family VC dot set family members. Yeah. And I'm going to rename this set. It doesn't, I don't even know if it makes sense to have that in its own function anymore. Okay, where are we? Let's go fix these types because I want to hit save and I want it to work first try. Okay, we need a set is busy declare method. And it did it at the top because I don't know. It should always, I mean, it just should be at the bottom, you know, is busy. This dot form VC, whoops, this dot. Oh boy. We don't have the family members form VC. Uh-oh. That's what I bet I had in the clipboard. This dot family members form VC equals this dot controller form build form. I'm gonna have to go. Can I check the history on this? I think I deleted too aggressively, and I'm used to having multiple clipboards. All right, get selected family members. We can at least drop that in. It's gonna go at the top. Let's go return this dot family members form BC dot get value. Cool. Is that typing gonna get mad? Let's see. So we have to do this form. So let's do, maybe if I go to the source control and, oh, I haven't saved generate yet. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to recreate this from memory. I suggest that if you're following along, you take a different route than I took. But I'm still gonna do this in one save. Watch. Maybe two. What's in here? Family member form. There it is. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna Command Shift Z to go back to where I had it. I'm just used to multiple clipboards, and it is a game changer. So let's go. Form VC. Form VC. I can actually save this one. So handle change forms. Let's do this. Family member card options. Export interface. Family member card options. Let's go on change. Void or promise void. And then let's destructure it out of options. And then let's go this dot on change handler equals on change. Did we make that optional? Yes, so let's just make this optional. I actually don't care for this or undefined. And then now this is on change handler with no bind. Okay, what are we missing? This dot form VC, no. This dot family member form VC dot set is busy. Okay, I want to rename this just form VC. It's one thing that's nice about extracting these things out. I think I also want to, our family member select card, right? That's a better name. So let's just finish this refactor and then let's rename it again. But I do think we're done here. Family member card. We have on change, we have a form, we have a form VC, we have a card VC. We are using the uh-oh. UTM's crashed. It's locked up. Okay, never mind. Well, VS Code is locked up. There it goes. And it is. Okay, now let's get back to here and let's fix all these type issues. Let's go to select choice. Let's get rid of that. We have a family members card there. Okay. We need is valid. Family members card VC. Let's do public is valid equals, whoops. Return this dot form BC dot is valid. Okay, that's got that. What else are we missing? Get selected family members. What's wrong with that? Yeah, it's an array. Okay, it's just talking about linting. Here we go. This is the one that I missed from before. Let's do this. This dot date controls. That's a spacing thing. That's also a lint. These are all like linting things, so we're not going to worry about those. Now let's go. Right, we have a red thing in here. Oh, spacing also. All right, now let's go to generate test. Right, generate skill view test. Generate skill view. Okay, let's fix this. So family members form is we need to get the form, but like we're not gonna have access to it, so we're gonna have to test double this. So we're gonna have to go this dot get family card VC, and we're gonna have to go as spy family members card, and then we're gonna have to go class spy family members card extends family members card view controller, family member card view controller. That okay. The more I'm saying it, the more ambiguous it is becoming. Get form VC, return this dot form VC. So we're gonna, that should be okay. Yeah, I guess I brought over its visibility. So this is not going to work this here until we go into the before each and we drop in the spy like we did for the other spies, other test doubles. So where do we do that? Here we go. Story element card, spy story element card, generate, spy generate. Let's do this. This dot views dot set controller, 8-bit family member card. And let's make it a spy family member card. Then we'll go get family member card VC dot get form VC. This is just, I wonder if it's like running out of memory. We did it. All right, let's see. I'm going to command option S. That's going to save all files. Let's go to test reporter. Let's see. Yeah, boys. Okay. It worked first try for save, which first try, right? But dang, that was sloppy. I really, really did not. That was not classy. There was like, I mean, there was nothing classy about that, right? There were a period of time where I was just like lost and wandering around. And so let's do another refactor, another extraction. And let's go to generate. And let's rename family members card. Let's rename it family member select card. And I'm not going to try to one-shot this. And then let's extract the current challenge card. And then where were we? We're like at 300 and some lines here. So we're down 50 or so lines. We'll get current challenge out of there. And then our generate skill view will only be responsible for orchestrating all the other skill views and not having to also run them. Okay, so let's start by renaming family member card VC to family member select card. So what I'm going to do, instead of creating a new view, copy and pasting everything over, I'm going to change this public static ID to family member select card. Then I'm going to rename the file family member select card. It's going to ask me to update the imports. I'm going to refactor, so function F2, family member select card. And now I'm going to control space sync views. The outcome of this should be at least 2 breaks, one in production, one in test. It should manifest itself as both a type problem and a test fail. There we go. So Command KP. So what is this saying? Yeah, this is why. Command click on this. It's not that anymore. It's family member select card. I'm going to rename this family member select card VC. Hit Command K, P again. Now we're in our test. Select card. And then I'm going to rename the spy to spy family member select card. And that was it. That was pretty easy, yeah? Okay. Now let's go to generate VC and let's extract current challenge, which means we're going to get rid of the current challenge card and the current challenge form. So let's do that. And this time, let's not, I'm not going to try to show off and do it all in one save. I'm going to do it step by step, save along the way. Things are going to be broken for a sec, but not that long. So let's do create.view. Let's call it view controller. Let's go current challenge card. So do a card. So let's copy this. Copy. Cool. Let's just command click on it there. Trash that. Oh, let's do this. Public card VC. Did I include the, yeah, bam, bam, sweet. This card VC equals this dot card VC. Again, because we're so tightly scoped now in what we're doing, I don't need to give everything such specific names. The names can be nice and property, nice and broad. I don't know. I like it. Oh, geez. Private card VC equals card controller. You like that? Sweet. Now we need the current challenge. So let's go to back to generate. I'm going to go back to at least this split screen here. Again, not worried about nailing it first try. Just going to save it piece by piece, and then the test will be broken for a little bit. But what I'm thinking, let me see. What I'm thinking is that I'll just save and go, but I just won't look at the tests till the refactor's done. How about that? So we generate. Let's take these out of here. I'm just going to save as we go. I'm not even, totally not even leveraging the fact that I've got two views up here. So let's see, there's current challenge. I'm going to get rid of that. No, I'm going to change that to this. Current challenge, yes. And then it's going to be the same thing, right? On change is that update controls. Sweet. This is no that. Where's our next issue? Yeah, let's go. And current challenge card options. Do I even need to export this interface? I don't think so. On change, which will be void or promise void. We're gonna make it optional. Okay, let's go up. Build schema is no longer in. Current challenge form is gone. Challenge card VC is now a current challenge card view controller, which is sweet. Form VC is no longer in use. Get rid of that also. What is going on? Current challenge. Did this current challenge card? Okay, let's get the next one here. Current challenge form dot get value. No. Current challenge card VC. Current challenge card VC dot get current challenge. How do you spell it? That word. I'm starting to lose that word a little bit here. Okay, let's go here. Public get. So for sure, tests are failing. Oof. Especially if I'm defining or declaring methods like arrays, using array bracket braces. I don't know the difference anymore. Get value. I would have expected some nice autocomplete there, dudes. There it is. So it's just like keep bringing one thing over at a time. So why is this mad? Oh, I didn't bring that over. Surely I didn't delete it already, did I? I did. We undo back to where... There it was. Was that it? Current challenge form, yes. So I want to copy this, and then I want to Command-Shift-Z back to where I was, because I was making good progress. And let's drop in form VC. Form VC. Update. Sweet. Why is this not card mad? Oh, do you see up here it's saying this card's not used? And I'm not really doing a good job of talking about what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of like bringing stuff over one at a time. So kill. So let's look at this. Current challenge card. Let's do Command KP. Look at that. No longer exists. So current challenge card as spy current challenge card. So it's time to test double class extends current challenge card view controller like get form VC. So we're just exposing this for use. No, form VC. That's gonna be mad because I believe I made that private. No, cool. We kept it protected from just the copy paste. Okay, so now we do this. Get challenges card VC. Get challenges card VC. Dot get form VC. Now we got to go to the before each and drop in the test double. This dot views dot set controller. Current challenge equals spy current challenge. Okay. Is there anything else we need to do in here? I'm hitting Command KP and nothing else is popping up. Did we have a current challenge is optional? So we don't have an is valid. Get selected. Family members get selected. Elements get current challenge. I mean, I think that's it. So if we go to current challenge card, that's actually really simple, huh? It's got the form VC. Oh, on change. That's the test. Some tests failing. Let's get ahead of that. This or const on change options. This dot on change handler equals on change. Let's make it optional. Let's not put the undefined there. And then this is on. Oh no, we don't have an on change on this. Current challenge doesn't track changes, does it? We don't care about it. No. We don't care because current challenge is optional. So current challenge card options actually has no on change. All right, okay, well that was useless. So the family member has an on change. The elements card has an on change because both of these, if we go update render controls button, needs to make sure they're both valid. Let's simplify this. Let's change this to is valid on the entire view controller, and then I can just do this. Sweet. Okay, let's check the test, shall we? Control tilde. Hells to the yes. Are we still watching? Nope. Let's just dragging, dropping here. Current challenge card goes into stories. And again, if we didn't nest things as around their feature functions like stories or members or whatever, then this current challenge would have to be named something like generate story current challenge card. It's like this is too much, you guys. Now you can't have two skill views with the same, or two views with the same ID, but at least in this case we've solved an ambiguity problem. And maybe you could make the case that when you're instantiated, so look at this, generate You could probably make the case that when you're instantiating it up top, elements card, here, elements card, go on. That this isn't clear, story elements card, current challenge card, family member select card. Maybe this should be story elements select card. Dang it, it should be current challenge card. Maybe we could call this current challenge form card, but I don't think form is important here. But I do think story elements element select card is important. So let's do that last refactor, and then let's move on to some chat jippity, baby. Need to delete a few controllers. Current challenge card, story elements card. So I'm going to rename the file first, story element select card. Yes. Then I'm going to go into it. I'm going to go story element select card. I'm going to refactor this, Shift F2, story element select card. And then I'm going to Command Option S to save all files. Look, we have a type issue. Sync. We should have 2 type issues. Sync views. This is going to be an issue because KP, story element select card, P, story elements. Oh yeah, it's mad because of this story element select card, KP. I think that's it. Let's jump into this folder structure. So inside of stories, we have events, we have listeners, we have the current challenge card, the family member select card, the generate skill view, the read skill view, and story elements select card. All right, dudes, I think we are done with this chapter. Okay, there we got it. So we're done with this chapter. So this is just chapter 5, customizing your bedtime story. We've got the read skill view. We've got the placeholder. Next up, we're going to go set up OpenAI. Then we're going to use ChatGPT to write the story. Then we're going to finish the read skill view to actually load the story since ChatGPT's now wrote it. And then we're going to share it using the invite skill and some invite utils. You know, before we move on, let's just go do a little refresh, make sure our refactor worked. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Okay, so this is a good point for a discussion. Not doing the assertions around the loading has now bit us. I could make the case that we should have done the assertions around this busy every time. But I'm also okay that, like, we clicked through it, we saw, oh shoot, look, it's not working as I expected. Let me go write the assertion now. And so let's go take a look at what's happening here. We go to the family member, is there a .vc, family member select card. And the set is busy. Okay, here's what I think's happening. Let's just go confirm this. I think we set the busy on the wrong thing here. So if we go to card VC, let's command click on that. Look, busy is true. But in the set busy down here, we're actually setting the busy on the form, not the card. So when you set busy on a form, that's where it like shows the busy indicator over the submit controls. So when I was refactoring this, I actually refactored it incorrectly. And you might actually be seeing the same thing here. Well, rather than fixing it via a just quick dropping in card VC here, that would fix it, because then the busy indicator would be on the card the whole time. So again, if I command click here and scroll down, this is the is busy. Now let's write an actual assertion. And let's make sure this doesn't happen again. So I'm going to Command Shift E. I think we want to do this in. Do we have our stories directory with all the things related to
generating a story, and we have the family member select card. Let's actually, instead of adding more tests to the generate skill view, because now we've refactored and extracted all of these cards out, these view controllers out, let's just write a test specifically testing that set is busy sets it on the card. So let's do this. Watch. Create a new test. Control space again to force this test to restart. Let's go create test. And let's go behavioral, and let's drop it into, or let's call it the family member select card. That's what we're going to test. And let's put it into the stories directory, because this is all related to story generation. And let's have it extend the abstract 8-bit test. All right, that test is failing. Family member select card. Now, this is really, as far as I can tell, because most of the tests, I mean, all the tests so far for the family member select card are in the generate story skill view. We don't need to go rebuild a bunch of tests. We just need to write this one test that we're doing. So let's do this. Can set is card busy. We cut this test out of here. Cut out of here. Let's go. Const VC equals this. Views. Controller. And this is the family member select card, not the family member form. Does this have anything we need? It has an on change optional callback. We're not going to do that. We're not testing that here. That's tested in the generate story skill view. So we're going to go assert dot, no, VC assert dot is card busy. The search card is busy. So we'll go vc.get card VC. Now we actually don't have a get card VC on the family member select card, but I'd be willing to bet you inside of our generate skill view test, we have a spy family member select card. Look at this. So we're just going to reuse this. So I command clicked on it to go find it. It's got a get form. Let's do this. Public get card VC. Return this dot card VC. I would expect that to be mad. Have we made this protected? Okay. Now let's select this class here. And Control Shift R and move to new file. Cool. And we're just going to reuse it in our family member select card test up here. So we'll go this.views.set controller family member form card, and we'll go spy family member form card right there. Now, I would say that the extraction, no, that's the wrong one. It's not family member form card, it's spy family select card. There it is. And the way that VS Code does its extractions is you got to open it up and hit save to get it to lint properly. And then we're going to command period and make it the default export. Just, again, best way to just ensure single responsibility is to have your files export one thing that is the default thing that everyone will use. And then secondarily types. Okay, types are catching up. Card VC is private. So I'm going to command click on that. And I'm going to make that protected. Cool. Space that out a little bit. Save that. That's going to update. So now I should be able to say typecast here. There we go. Actually, now that I think about it, this is going to pass, isn't it? Let's give this types a sec to catch up. Look, I did this wrong. Select card. There we go. I'm going to have to restart my computer. It's going way too slow. Okay, but let's do this. vc.set is busy false. And then when I go vc assert, card is not busy. vc.get card vc. Look at that. We're not going to use this global assert or this test util assert. Now I expect this to fail. There it is. Whoops. Your card, family members, expected it not to be busy, but it was. Try set as busy false. All right, so let's go here. Let's change this to card VC. So, because we didn't do any assertions anywhere else, this should not break anything, because had we done assertions somewhere else, it would have caught this. So always a risk, even though it's technically presentation only. Leaving a busy indicator up does block the interactions with the card. So, maybe from now on we do assert around busies. I probably won't. I'll probably learn this lesson again. All right, so that looks good. So let me go watch.views. Let that go. Okay, let's reload. There it is. Nailed it. Okay. Always good to go test your stuff before moving on, because now let's go set up some chat jippity.